to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire. Then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer. Mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. Bummer, yeah. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sloppy, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. Love will save the day. sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener.
Playoffs has begun, and we've got everything from Abyss and Ascension spots to underdogs and upper bracket finals. Welcome back to Challengers North Polaris. I am your host for today, HazardJC, and I'm once again joined by my lovely analyst, Twiggy. It's the first time we've had the opportunity to share the desk together, but we were both here yesterday. How are you feeling after what we've seen so far?
I'm feeling good. This is an exciting, I think, we set the stakes for today. Obviously, we've got an elimination match today. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in our first game, and especially this rematch between Apex and Requiem. They were bigging up this kind of thing. They were like, we might not even be playing Sweet and Sour, but whoever we come up against, we're going to beat. And so I'm excited to see what will happen, because they both seem to really going through each other's throats on this game.
100%. I think that second game that we saw yesterday bared a lot of weight in what the makeup of this playoff stage now looks like. Things are going to change either way. We've got to let go of someone, but for the meantime, we're going to bring in two faces which you're all familiar with by now. I couldn't be any happier to introduce both Ryan and Pavlos to speak with us a little bit about some of the results that we've had. Perhaps, of course, you guys weren't on the games yesterday, but keeping tabs, and from what you've seen, how are you feeling? We'll start with Pavlos.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Is it him or is it us?
I don't know.
It's him. I can hear him in our chat.
So. All right, yeah, I probably had to refresh. Something went wrong with my mic settings.
Yeah,
well.
At least he's not pulling his microphone out and breaking the mixers. But it sounds like you've managed to do something just as silly, so... What was the question again?
Look, we'll take it from the top, and maybe actually we'll get Ryan to answer it. What did you think of the results that we had yesterday? Did it go the way you expected, or a little off-piste?
First series definitely felt like it was going that direction. OnlyFins have started to be in a bit of a dip in form. I think they've only won one series out of their last 6 or 7 at this point. So I guess it was just how badly they got beaten on Haven, and seeing a little bit of what both teams cooked up on Abyss was quite nice. Second series, though, even though we saw Requiem beating Sweet and Sour in the group stage, literally the last week of groups, I don't know if I expected it to necessarily go in the same direction. It does mean that we have this upcoming game of OnlyFins versus Sweet and Sour, which I think is the most played fixture so far this year, like in Polaris, so we get it again. And it's been a little bit more back and forth. And we actually do get Apex and Requiem, which they've only played together once this year. And Yanta was on holiday, so they weren't at really full strength. So it really gives us a good day of games, I think, when it comes to actual exciting rematches or games that we haven't even probably been seen before.
I'll
It
double
feels
up on
like
that.
there are no bad storylines with this top 4, right, Pavlos? I was just about to come to you, a little bit
Yeah.
more time to formulate your answer. How are you feeling? Have your expectations changed at all?
I mean, throughout the season, I knew like teams would have these waves of performance. Sometimes you're higher, sometimes you're lower. I think Apex are in playoffs at their peak of performance. I think they've had a couple of losses that have been a bit of a wake-up call. You know, you have these mid-season rough spots, and I think they've worked upon them. The fact that they were able to beat OnlyFins in such a determined fashion in their previous match here in playoffs, it sort of gives us the way they are trying to enter playoffs here. They're not leaving any prisoners. They just want to make sure they get this first place spot from challengers straight into Ascension, no players required, and go in from there.
All right. Well, this is usually the part where I would both let you go, but since you haven't had a chance to maybe give some kind of input yesterday as well, I want to get a bold prediction from both of you. Keep it short and sharp, but you want to be the guy that said I told you so. So we'll start with you, Ryan. Anything you think that's going to happen today that might catch people off guard if they're just tuning in?
I think, I don't know how much of a shock it'd be really, but Requiem picking up a map against Apex with like the form that Apex have been on since they like lost to Sweet and Sour. This first series though, it's mostly gone the way of Sweet and Sour. I'd say that they're the favourites, right? So I'm curious to see what OnlyFins can do, like just as a last-ditch attempt. Sweet and Sour haven't really looked the same over the last couple of weeks, so I don't really think there's anything too shocking today, realistically. That's the problem.
On paper, you know, that's the thing. On paper, nothing really should go wrong today, but I feel like every single time we enter playoffs here in Challengers North, whether it was this year, the previous years, there's always been some sort of surprise. There's always been a team that leaves early when you didn't expect it. I think the biggest surprise has already happened from yesterday, where Sweet and Sour, OnlyFins, both on the lower bracket. One of them will be leaving already, while the last time they met on the lower bracket was in the lower bracket finals. So yeah, you know, we thought that they may be in the top 3. Requiem, a chance to get to the top 2 already by today, maybe getting play-in secured already. That would be quite the storyline.
All right, well, I feel we've picked your brains enough. Go get ready for the first of the games that we've got, guys, and we'll see you guys in a bit. All right, so look, we've heard from them. Twiggy, I think it's the time that we get you involved. I felt bad, you know, sat by the sidelines. They're the commentators.
I was quite enjoying it.
Talk over the game. So
you know
let's
what? It's
speak
actually
about yesterday, okay?
It's quite a nice department from departure. Sorry, not department. This is quite a nice department of Valorant, but no, it was quite a nice departure. Not having to like, you know, be the babysitter of the desk for once. You know, I get to just sit here and kind of answer your questions. But yeah, I feel like, look, this is kind of I don't know. Do we want to call it like a grudge match, a kind of something between OnlyFins and Sweet and Sour? They have really just gone up against each other over and over again, and OnlyFins kind of seem to be the kryptonite of Sweet and Sour. Most of the time they're winning, despite the fact that you would generally rate Sweet and Sour as the more accomplished team, the team that has got wins against obviously Apex. This is the god killer team, and yet somehow OnlyFins have got the better of them quite often. So I'm interested to see what will happen. I'm not going to count out OnlyFins whatsoever. I think MP would dislike it if I would kind of dismiss them off the get-go. So I'm cautiously optimistic for OnlyFins.
Yeah, I think it's important that we just sort of pair up the two here as we're waxing lyrical over the highlight package. Apex, of course, won the game against OnlyFins yesterday. They're the first of the teams that we're looking at. The second, Sweet and Sour. You already mentioned it before that OnlyFins historically have played well against these guys, but something to just quickly pair that with is the fact that OnlyFins currently are on the worst run of form that we've seen from them in Polaris. Yeah. 1 win from 4 against the relegated Metasport. Do you think that plays a big factor coming in here? Because Sweet and Sour have had their own issues, but are they going to be able to turn it around?
For sure. Well, Sweet and Sour have got tempo back, right? This is a big part of this. Obviously, yesterday we saw that there were kind of teething issues with having a sub in the team, despite the fact it was a really good sub. Lime is an incredibly talented player. That can only get you so far, and I think that's similar to what we've seen this season from OnlyFins, right? Arle has been in the team, has been a massive impact in terms of fragging potential, and yet the team has looked a little bit disjointed. It's similar to what we saw yesterday from Sweet and Sour, and if Sweet and Sour are looking as you know, homogenous as we've seen this season, I don't think OnlyFins are going to be able to keep up with the way that they've looked with Ale on the team, just not quite being able to communicate effectively enough.
That's the thing as well. He has so much star power and potential as being one of the most notorious names that we've had in North, yet there they are in the lower bracket. Two of the teams that made the top 3 in the last split, one of them will be sent home. Of course, we have to reference as well, Apex versus Requiem will be taking place after this first best of 3, so make sure that you're not going anywhere. It's a spicy playoffs bracket, and again, I think a lot of the conversation that we had yesterday circled back to that last series, Sweet and Sour versus Requiem. Which of the two teams who'd played each other a lot and looked more closely matched when you consider the previous track record of Apex was going to be the one that then dropped into the lower bracket, and then do they then have the quality to beat OnlyFins to again?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sweet and Sour would probably have been happier going up against... Obviously, they would have been in the upper bracket, but I think they were probably thinking, you know, we want to go up against Apex again. We've already beaten them, so we're feeling confident in that game. I get the feeling, I don't know, this maybe not in the server this will happen, but I feel like Sweet and Sour will feel a little bit underprepared for this game coming up against OnlyFins.
Yeah.
Obviously, they played against them a lot, but they have lost against them quite a lot. You know, they have lost to Requiem, they have lost to OnlyFins in this split, and I feel like if they went up against Apex, it would have been a little more... Look, would they have been prepared to win the game? Probably not. It's Apex, and the way they've looked in this this playoff so far has been really good. But I think they probably would have been like, okay, well, we've got a fair shot at this game. We're the only team that have beaten this team. The situation they're in now is a little bit dire.
Yeah, let's talk about OnlyFins for a moment here as well, because of course, this is a name which made the upper bracket final last time around. They're in the same position that Requiem now find themselves in. But we have seen a huge drop-off in terms of performances, right? I think that's 100% fair to say when you consider their only recent win was against that wounded Metasport side, much replaced, in fact, beating the record for most different players making appearances for the same team, whereas OnlyFins only made one change, Ale coming in. But I think, again, the biggest talking point that we had about that was the change to an English-speaking roster. You have to consider that you lose all of the fundamentals that you already had. Whether the duelist can be this individual and play for themselves or not is a completely different question when you're looking at, you know, that being the bigger issue, I think, right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, OnlyFins have solidly over the course of this year been a mid-table team, and once again they find themselves in the mid-table at the end of the regular season, but they found themselves in the playoffs by the end of it. And look, last season I feel like their issue, or maybe not issue, I mean they were performing well enough to get mid-table, they got into the playoffs, etc. But, you know, their issue was more kind of a lack of consistency, a lack of kind of individual prowess against teams up towards the top like Sweet and Sour, like Apex, and all of the teams that I feel like have that more fragging potential person to person. Now, their problem is very much the opposite. They have that fragging potential, especially in Ale here as the duelist now, but they don't quite have as much consistency, they don't quite have as much communication as they did last season.
Yeah, like you lose Limper, which I don't think you could say that he was the problem, but maybe he didn't show up as much as you wanted in some of those bigger games, like Ale has the potential to do. And as well, as I said before, he's no stranger to this league. If he wins today, that will guarantee, you know, pending that he is on the starting roster for that next lower game, his 42nd appearance in Polaris, meaning he will be the player joint with Devo for having the most appearances in Polaris, full stop, over the last 6 splits that we've seen. He's been an MVP from week 1 onwards. So, again, I think you're never going to count this guy out, but it's against this roster, which do seem to feel a little bit more well-drilled, at least as a 5, and now with tempo back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this game on paper, disregarding the first game that they played here in the playoffs, OnlyFins start off with a 3-4 scoreline. Sweet and Sour had 5-2. They beat Apex, and, you know, their only 2 losses were against OnlyFins and Requiem. This is a team that just has absolutely blown our minds since they joined in Split 1, right? We didn't expect a lot out of them. They were a kind of fresh face coming into the league at the start of the year. And from game 1, we were like, okay, something's happening here. This is a little bit of a change to the league, right? This is something new, something fresh. They're doing really well. I think for this team, what is so good about them is that they can all perform. It's similar to Apex in that kind of, they all have individual skill. They work well together, sure, but I think their biggest strength is that they win these 1v1s a lot.
And speaking of those mechanics, a mechanical player in his own words would be Hearthbeat. He's the new inclusion. Affan, the former IGL, an interesting point to note here is that he is joining them in the coach slot today. So what kind of added impact that may provide, we're yet to see. But I think he had a good series, and someone else who did is Ticey. This was another thing that we mentioned, perhaps a slight contrast between the two, with it being Ticey's project and rounds such as you're seeing on your screen where he's calling for early util, trying to give them advantages, which they had plenty of. They went plus 12 against Requiem in the first blood department yesterday, and then having a more balanced mid-round where they can actually set up effectively to deal with the reactions of a team like Requiem, which are so good in those kinds of situations.
Yeah, I think when we look at this league, we do look at a lot of the time at personalities as duelists. Last year, obviously, we've had duelists go up into VCT based off of their performance here in Polaris, and I think we're having a similar time this time around, except we've got a lot of competing ones. We've got Kayak, we've got Ale, we've got so many names that are competing against each other for the highest stats, and yeah, you have to have a really impressive duelist, I think, on your team to be able to do well in this league.
And to go back quickly about the history between these two as we match the ideas together, this is a fixture which historically only Finns have dominated. They have only lost it once, but that was in the elimination game of Split 2, the lower bracket final. 6 out of 7 wins, doesn't even fit on the screen. And look, plenty of important ones either way. Sometimes it feels like these guys' fates are intertwined, because you have to remember, the only reason that Only Finns got playoffs in the first split was because they beat Sweet and Sour at the end of the regular season. So in terms of games that matter, I think they're evenly split, but this map veto is going to be really important. One final detail to add about that lower bracket final last time is I feel that Only Finns made a veto error.
Yeah, they've made a lot of interesting changes to their map picks over the course of every season that we've seen them play. I feel like this is a team that can't quite make up its mind a lot of the time, especially when new maps get added to the map pool and metas change. They seem to change their minds quite often here. We'll see what they go with. It's the classic. Icebox is definitely their strongest map, I would feel like. So I'm happy with that for Only Finns.
Sure.
I think, you know, Sweet and Sour are gonna not struggle to keep up on Icebox, but this is definitely interesting. We're going right back to 2022 here.
Back to basics. I don't think we've seen Sweet and Sour play Ascent in a long time.
Not a little
Genuinely,
while.
I think it might have been the Apex game, one of the last times that we actually saw that pop up. Lotus gets banned by Only Finns. Yeah, I'm really starting to lean into the Finns having the better odds here. Sure, Icebox is a map which you're going into at the beginning as being one that Sweet and Sour have improved on, but still I wouldn't say that it's a staple for them. They did take it off Apex. It's just so many clashing ideas for me, and we end on Abyss. Both of these teams played it yesterday, and both of them ended up losing.
Yeah, every team seems to be okay with the idea of Abyss so far. We had it floated in the final game yesterday. Apex wanted to play it. That was their first pick yesterday, but they said that was just kind of because they wanted to get some experience on it in the server. They wanted to see what was going on with the other teams. So I think everybody is relatively, maybe not comfortable with the map, but like playing it more than some of the maps that are more divisive. So I like the fact that it's not getting banned out. I like the fact that it's possible that we'll see it, and I do think in this series it will go to 3 maps. Just the way I feel like it'll be. Only Finns are a different team in playoffs, and not in the same way that Apex are, I don't think. I think they let the pressure get to them a little bit, and I do hope that we don't see that today.
Yeah, Only Finns as well. You've got to remember, Onto Ascent last time brought a really interesting comp. Look, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It is a mirror matchup here, so the only thing to stress is, in terms of individuals and who gets the better of who, it's exactly what we saw last time. You've got to remember that we had the 9-3 half where Only Finns went up at the advantage and nearly threw it away. This was the deciding map in the series that they won last time. For Sweet and Sour here, Twiggy, just looking at this on paper, do you think that this is one where if they win this, Ascent is a shoo-in and it's a 2-0?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I do think that is the way this would go, but this was historically a pretty tight matchup between these two. Last time they played, they ended on Icebox, and it was an 11-3 victory to Only Finns. So this is going to be a bit scary, I think, for Only Finns. I feel like this may need to be a win here, and they have the capability to do it. Last time they did, but it was only by a matter of 2 rounds, so a little scary.
Well, we are just about ready to be heading into our first game in the lower bracket, and it's the two teams which found themselves in this position last split. That was the lower bracket final. This one is only the first round. One of them will be going home. We'll find out very soon. The first map is with Ryan and Pavlos.
Thank you very much, lads. It's time for the biggest rivalry to take place in a lower bracket. Now, Sweet and Sour and OnlyFins have been at each other's necks since the start of the season, but now this is for everything. This is for their continuation in their journey to potentially make Ascension. For one of these teams, that journey will be over today.
Yeah, and I think with Sweet and Sour sort of being that second place team consistently behind Apex at least, there is a chance actually that they're not able to sort of get to a grand final. You might even consider this team one of the favorites to be making play-ins as well, because the top two finish would confirm that. So Sweet and Sour, like, it's starting to sour towards the end of this year, which has been a fantastic year for a lot of new players in this league. But this is a real manage. And then Creamy finding two with just the classic. It's unbelievable. He's 6-1 right now, 2 away from having his ult, and this is just the most low buy bonus I've ever seen for OnlyFins. It's just that Guardian at the hand over to Ale, and everybody else is going Sheriffs just to make sure they have a full buy for next round.
I mean, Theakin's clutch almost makes you forget that it was a low buy from Sweet and Sour, investing only into a Marshall. But Theakin doing Theakin things.
Risky.
Highlight player before Ale's addition. Dicey is in deep waters, but he's able to swim away without any issue. Early kill.
It's going for
And
more.
OnlyFins are looking to trade it. Look at Ale going in. Dicey doesn't care though. He's heard all the commotion and sticks by his decision.
Nixon's actually found some space in between Orange though. He's picked up a gun upgrade, so Tycee's just the one playing for B main. That whole space is opened up now, and all these three defenders sticking together.
They are, and Nixon is only good to pick up one, but it brings things into a realm of possibility. A round in which OnlyFins can actually make it work. 2 thrifted in a row, that would be quite something, and a great way to start off this series, this lower bracket run. But Heartbeat and Famsam holding back for now. Poison Cloud concealing their angle. Wingman assists on the defuse. Theakin goes for the swing, but it's Sweet and Sour to win both of their duels and are able to restore success.
At what cost though? It's 3 kills for OnlyFins when they only had 1 weapon, and they get the plant. The Theakin now has that lockdown. Lots of stuff to work with now. The money is pretty apt for this full buy. And a little bits of money missing for Sweet and Sour. Half armor here or there, at least for tempo. Considering the Guardian, Tycee looking to use the Blade Storm for this round to just kind of keep themselves afloat. He's been at least very good to be getting that first kill, but even playing towards B main in the last round, he's so aggressive, he's on his own, there's no KO flash for support. He's now over towards A, wanting to put some pressure on pipes.
OnlyFins might be aware of a push like this, although Tycee's first attempt doesn't go all that well. And OnlyFins still hold their angle. Famsam sidesteps the KO dagger. And they double back from the decision, heading towards B instead.
There's good pressure from OnlyFins so far in this attack. Even in the pistol, he only had 2 players towards A, and it was enough of a ruckus that the attackers are making it Sweet and Sour have 4 players rotate to deal with it. So even if Sweet and Sour get some information on A, they're thinking, that doesn't really tell us an awful lot. There was 2 there last time, and then they suddenly pushed out on B.
The dagger spotted out 2 people, but I can't help but feel Sweet and Sour a bit late on this rotate.
They've got past
Tycee's
a
nearby.
Lambot again.
How is that happening? Cloudburst, is that how they do it?
Must be.
It seems to be working every single time. Ale is the first one to find a kill in this round. Nixon trades off the back of the wall, but Creamy doubles up to bring things to equilibrium. It's a 3v3 for this retake.
Lockdown is going to buy a bit more time. That's really the one thing the Sweet and Sour have been low on consistently. Famsam just trying to clear some of these little nooks and crannies, making sure that there's no mid-lurk. Retake has to come in, albeit delayed.
And Theakin's gun isn't too bad here, but it's full shields for the side of Sweet and Sour. Still, Heartbeat higher angle, and it works like a charm for now. The bot can help out Feekin a bit, but with the smoke covering the spike diffuser, there's not much Feekin can do. And with that, he'll have to give it away, leaving Sweet and Sour to even the score 2-2.
OnlyFins just wanted to push up, take a bit more space. It was a nice play from Sweet and Sour. You start to worry about them just because of how much the lockdown pushes them back. But it was a really nice ultimate that came in from Famzam. The Thrash connects right onto Nixun. It means that the Viper Wall goes down. A lot of that late pressure goes down. Don't know if he had Snakebite with him or not. But just OnlyFins managed to delay, wanted to take a bit more space, try and find more time. Just made themselves open targets for Sweet and Sour on the retake. Now they're eventually forced onto a low buy. Feekin, I don't know, maybe with the Marshal might be able to get something.
It would be a very Feekin thing to do, wouldn't it? Everybody sidestepping. Although Yasmu isn't too quiet about it, especially throwing in the Thrash.
Big dedication.
No, come on, from Creamy. OnlyFins are second-guessing themselves. They don't want to stick around for too long. They drop back, knowing with the null command they can't use their utility, can't guarantee the stick, but they still stay in the general proximity.
They don't really have much information elsewhere, though. Everybody's grouped up in A main. And there's a weird poison cloud, actually. I don't know if that's is that a defensive poison cloud that's sort of right in that corner? Might allow to just sneak around, potentially. I don't know, maybe Sweet and Sour don't realize that the money is this bad for OnlyFins. But with the ultimates that the attackers have, they can definitely switch this around, especially Nixon having a Viper's Pit, still having a Stinger. That's good enough.
Exactly. A map like Split, a map like Icebox, very close quarters here. Still, Famzam, the first shot goes to him. And they do play the patience game, dropping a little bit further back. The wingman will try and get the spike down successfully. So Yasmu might even be able to get a triple here, but Famzam draws out the Sheriff and does some damage to himself. But no, with the molly to the back of his feet, it was enough to put Feekin in the 1v2 clutch. Again, a situation which doesn't favor Feekin, but he's always going to be a little bit dangerous. But not this time. Heartbeat is able to find the bullet between the eyes to put Sweet and Sour in the lead.
Yeah, Feekin, sorry, it was the Outlaw that he had before. Hits his shot, but 140 damage isn't going to be enough to take Ticey down. Still, though, like, OnlyFins didn't really have too much to work with their gun-wise. They're still able to get the plant and still able to get free kills. And the only ultimate that they did use was the Thrash, which they're halfway to having now anyway. So, I think one thing that we've said consistently about Sweet and Sour is, like, when they start to rock up on form, they look hard to move, hard to do any damage to. But throughout this, even though the Sweet and Sour have taken the lead, OnlyFins feel like they're the ones doing the better damage. And they're getting a plant down consistently. It's 3 defuses in a row for Sweet and Sour.
Maybe that will change. But it doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon, as the aggression for Sweet and Sour does pay dividends. Next wants to go in for more, though. Doesn't allow Sweet and Sour to set up properly. Oh, and Famzam's being noisy about it. Oh, but Ticey on the other end is able to find a kill to keep Sweet and Sour on top. Nixon's position is now telegraphed. But the pressure on Ticey does make him drop back a little bit. It's very fickle all across the map, and it seems that Heartbeat wants to join in on the pressure created in mid. Uh-oh, Nixon is still hiding.
They're trying to rat him out. There's 2 players having to deal with him in this little pocket of space. Does get cleared. It's a double peak as well. Multiple players trying to take this down. And a 2v4 with another plant from OnlyFins.
Sweet and Sour really not taking any risks here. Snowy shows his presence. Can he keep his angle for longer? Sweet and Sour being great with a double up, but no, Snowy only good for 1 by the end. And that's going to be Sweet and Sour creating an even bigger gap with the lead.
Now things are starting to look in shape for Sweet and Sour. It's a full buy too. A lot of work from Ticey, whether it's an eco or not. Just so consistent with getting that first kill, especially now that he has the operator online. able to pick up Feekin its defaulting towards A, which pretty much when you're attacking, having and losing that killjoy, everything seems to fall apart like a house of cards. You just don't have any information. You don't know if they're going to push you, find other space. And when Ticey's been this proactive, it's hard to make a really good call for Nixun, especially if he's trying to IGL and push mid and lurk and find timings in the same vein. But there's stuff that's consistently working for OnlyFins. They're getting the plant, they're getting some good spots and positions. They're just not holding out on these post plants. Sweet and Sour just either doing too much damage early round or just having really good retakes to defuse the spike.
Yeah, it does seem like Sweet and Sour have a pretty good all-round game. Pretty great on the start, and then when it comes to those fundamentals and the post rounds, and the spike has already gone down, they just never falter. Pretty damn good. And Feekin has been the only player that has really allowed OnlyFins to pick up any rounds so far. And he's gone a bit silent this time. But with the ultimates in play, anything could happen, and OnlyFins could have a great opportunity to get back into this game.
Bladestorm is the only non-weapon buy coming in for OnlyFins. Back to doing that same default where there's just a few players making some noise towards A main, trying to bait out some aggression, and Null Command is going to potentially force Sweet and Sour back, but actually no, Famsam gets caught in no man's land. Creamy just trying to go for more, and he does catch Feekin.
Wow! How did he just get that kill? Feekin reposition, find himself at the top of spawn, still end up dropping. In the meantime, OnlyFins have garnered a lot of space on A, got the spike down, and Yezmu's aggressive. This is a difficult one, especially with a lockdown out, but Ale keeps the pressure going. The thing is, he might get caught out, so he's going to have to drop back here and allow Sweet and Sour to take some free space.
This is the area of the map that OnlyFins has struggled on the most. The Viper's Pit's going to make it even harder. The flash just delay an actual push-up from OnlyFins to get the Viper, but they do find Creamy instead.
Snowy trying to create space to the left flank of the spike. But Ale's the one closest to this. At least he was so far. The spray down is perfect. Phantom perfect gun for
No
use.
time.
And there is really no time for Tyson to do anything about it. So OnlyFins will find their way back onto the scoreboard, making this quite the back and forth so far.
Crazy fights. Tough position to be in. Creamy going down is the main one. Just some nice fights in mid. Ale having to be aggressive, but was in the post plant with just a classic because he had used up all his knives. Even then, costly. Neither team has really been able to get the economy on side, but Ticey saving the operator does so much for the money on this defensive side, but it's still looking like it's going to be an eco.
I mean, didn't we see one eco already today work and one get very damn close? Could be it. And Ticey's been incredible on the operator. If he's on the right side of the map at the right time, can make a lot of difference. And Sweet and Sour do not want to hold back, whether that's mid, whether that's B. This time, it's A. Alarm bot will make sure OnlyFins know of this aggression.
Another first kill, another off.
How did he get that? And now Hearthbeat's got a chance to surprise him as well. He's hidden with himself within the poison cloud here and might just pop out to say hello and get the hell out of dodge. That's 2 kills to nothing for Sweet and Sour. The spike in no man's land. And OnlyFins have to get right back into planting it, allowing Sweet and Sour to reposition.
Thrash is going to be used to flank all the way around. It's going to force OnlyFins to try and push top of B site towards Hut. Snowpile. Yezmu's got a good angle, but there's so many players surrounding him. What fights do you take?
I mean, there is no correct decision here. Sweet and Sour overwhelmed with numbers. The early picks were superb. The game plan even better. And Sweet and Sour are just showing why they were able to take down the titans of this league, Apex, on this map, and show why OnlyFins shouldn't be that comfortable by picking this one up first.
Ticey's 10-3. It's just finding so much impact. I think he's had the same operator for all of these rounds too. Either just making sure that Sweet and Sour can win the rounds or making sure he saves it. Round where Sweet and Sour didn't really have much to work with. OnlyFins had to rely on Feekin last time to get them out of a bind, and it didn't really work here that much.
I have the spark. Poison orb emitting.
Nixon's had this Viper's Pit for a while. It's just not been a good opportunity to use it. Like, in that
Haven't
time,
been able to-
Yesmu's used Thrash twice, I'm pretty sure.
Probably, yeah. They never really seem to have a stable hold of his sight long enough for him to get that Viper's Pit down. This time, 3 players moving in as a unit here for the Finnish side. It's the Swede to be the spearhead. Oh, sweet and sour. Seems like they've got a read, and they're reacting off of Heartbeat info gathering towards the left extremity. Not only is it info gathering journey, it's a killing journey.
Screen down.
Snowy no more, and it puts OnlyFins in an even more awkward position.
Yeah, the turret being broken towards kitchen. Since it's a little bit more precarious for Sweet and Sour to re-clear this information, it's such awkward positioning, but it's safe positioning. At least as safe as it can be. They have that alarm bot in mid to make sure that nobody's pushed up, but outside of that, they really don't have much information. But in a 5v4 against Sheriffs, you kind of just have to give a lot of this up.
Poison's off.
OnlyFins are just hoping Ali's presence is enough of a fake for them to just move into the A site, find it open. Creamy has been dropped, but Tempo is there for the cross. Will Ali be permitted the pass? No. Instead gets his head ripped apart, and now it's OnlyFins' turn to try and bring up the pace. They've posted up close.
Welcome to my world.
Feekin further behind with his Marshall. Mosh to his feet, puts him out into the open, and finally the Viper's Pit utilized. Famzam on a higher angle. This is a pre-fire position, but it hasn't been pre-fired yet.
Oh my
Feekin
God.
within the chaos gets 2 classic kills. Though Wingman's on the defuse case, and Famzam will defend his little bro with his life. Although it's been killed off. Nixun, the captain of the Finns, tries to go in for a shot, but no, Heartbeat is there to defend his teammate's life, and Sweet and Sour keep their success of rounds going.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see many flawlesses today if he keeps playing like this. Even like OnlyFins, they found an opening onto the A site. Creamy goes down on the KO, but he's so far away that they can't get a gun upgrade. That might be one of the reasons that Nixun Viper's pitted in that position. But it wasn't for a spot that the plant was aimed towards. They could take and fight that into position. Beacon gets a nice 2k here. But then just the rest of Sweet and Sour just wrap around. They have the Wingman get onto the plant. Just forces Nixun out to take that fight.
You can tell that Feekin really wants this win today. Tries to make it work for his team, even if his team isn't performing at the same level. Really an opportunity in situations that you really don't expect Feekin to pop off, he just does so.
And that's been the thing though for OnlyFins, is just they have tried so hard to just make anything work. Like the maps, like Icebox, like Sunset that they've played the most of and picked the most. It's some of the worst win rate really. Like they're just trying to see what is their philosophy, what is their play style. Can they add in Clove? Does that work? Maybe it's the new map of Abyss. Just throwing stuff at a wall and hoping to see what sticks. But Yesmu is able to stick the plant. See if this post plant can hold out a bit longer in a 5v5.
Ooh. Quite a valuable Dizzy. Allows Yesmu to post up closely, but the spray isn't quite as flamboyant. And Sweet and Sour winning off on their trades makes Feekin the linchpin of this round, and they've dedicated a player looking in Feekin's direction. Sweet and Sour aren't missing their shots, and Feekin can try all he wants, but he shall not succeed. Sweet and Sour have garnered quite a hefty lead.
Starting to get really problematic now.
Yeah.
Nothing can get on the board for them. They're getting ultimates, they're planting their spice so they have some money to work with. Here it's looking like they're going to half armor again. There was just a lot of fights, a lot of whiffage that was happening. Yesmu had a really poor performance yesterday individually. Granted, a lot of that came with his Sova on Abyss, which sort of pulls everything down. But every single round that Sweet and Sour have won, the spike has been planted. I'm pretty sure that every round that we've seen so far on Icebox, the spike has been planted, whether it's been an OnlyFins win or a Sweet and Sour defuse. And that's not the part of the game that OnlyFins are struggling with.
Poison orb emitting.
They're giving it another go towards this B site. Heartbeat easing up.
Poison's off.
I have a smart plan. Ooh, that dagger will reveal everything though. And Tyson will try and help his teammate survive. Spray and
Almost
pray.
got him.
Almost, but not quite. Tyson on an upper level, stays under the radar, and Creamy doubling up allows the entire round to unfold in Sweet and Sour's favor. Ale all to himself, but nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Sweet and Sour are showing dominance on Icebox.
And it's not really needed too much else outside of Creamy getting a couple of nice headshots, great initiative play, full stop. And that was OnlyFins' nice setup, like Halfbeat wanting to contest. The knife was really good to suppress him. The flash over the top to allow Ale to go for the fight was good. But there's just no answer for Ticey. It's a crisp, clean shot from Creamy. Just good supportive play, and there's just lots of small things that are going wrong for OnlyFins, but it's being exploited so heavily. You can't even say it's like super one-sided because OnlyFins are setting themselves up nicely. It's just that they're being outplayed at a certain point by Sweet and Sour.
Outgunned, perhaps. And just a few minute details that are fully being exploited by Sweet and Sour.
Like we saw OnlyFins getting drubbed on Haven yesterday by Apex. This just feels, it's so different, but more of the same, if that makes sense for OnlyFins.
Yeah. Final round of the half. No holding back here. Have to give it your all. Ticey has moved into position just in time for his opponent's take. Blades enabled up just to gain some visibility. The spike will be going down. No casualties so far for OnlyFins, but
3 people on yellow.
got a ton of util. Yeah.
Like one Gecko mosh here, and they all have to flee like flies. Lockdown is one of the reasons that they can go and fight for this, but the crash is still going to come through, and it does connect.
It does, and it allows Heartbeat to easily line his shots up against his opponents. One already caught behind the box, and Heartbeat wants to make it the ace. Lockdown will disable him for now.
2 of them.
But Snowy's fate is already written. As much as he tries, he might even have a chance.
Oh, he missed.
No. Tempo, with Balls of Steel, maintains the stick of the defuse, and we're looking at a 9-3 half favoring the Sweet and Sour.
I honestly thought that with Sweet and Sour losing to Requiem yesterday, that they might be the team that comes in looking the most nervy. The OnlyFins have a lot of experience in these levels. In fact, this was a point that they played up against Sweet and Sour last playoffs. Granted, that was second and third teams playing in that spot. Metasport had already gone out in 4th place. And just as the season has gone on, Sweet and Sour have consistently been one of the stronger teams, and OnlyFins just falling behind ever so slightly. Can't say that they didn't deserve their spot in playoffs because they played through play-ins. They had good opportunities to shine there.
OnlyFins trying to take a page out of Sweet and Sour's playbook by aggressing early, but it does backfire a little bit. Ticey, the one with the first blood. And he wants to keep on going. He's on a rampage today. Ticey taking no prisoners. And only one left for OnlyFins. In a matter of seconds, it's just Nick soon because he's on the other side of the map. Nowhere near to the fight, but he takes the fight to them, and he ends up dropping just like his teammates did before.
That's both pistols for Sweet and Sour. Awkward. Sorry, no, it isn't. It's the first one. So if you just look at the scoreline, you'd assume that Sweet and Sour picked up the pistol, but it was one of the only 3 rounds that OnlyFins were able to pick up on their attack. I guess it was what followed that made it feel a little bit closer, but yeah, I mean, counting up the first kills for Ticey this map will give you some crazy stats. And like before, like Sweet and Sour, they lost to OnlyFins in their first game of playoffs last time to get into the losers bracket spot. Managed to get their revenge to get to the grand final, looking to make the same trajectory here.
Ticey's just diffing everyone.
He
That's
literally
the
is.
entire story today. Takes duel after duel, and he just doesn't miss. And that's what you need in an elimination match. OnlyFins are not at that same level right now, and Sweet and Sour are letting them know the brutal way. And the only way they know how. by completely dismantling their opponents. There is a bit of a chance here for OnlyFins if they're able to find another pick. Nice little flash that it's exploited. Creamy alone. Can he isolate these fights? No, he cannot. OnlyFins might have just won a very important round that can save their day and potentially save their lives on Icebox here.
Yeah, they had to force up really with the damage that was done. And you got Ticey finding 2 other kills in there. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. But the wraparound from OnlyFins was nice, and it really did, like, one of the things that I spoke to Dumbbell about, the coach for OnlyFins, is just being able to sort of build up that playbook. They've got some support with an assistant coach for playoffs as well. And we want to see more rounds like that, like good setups, good fundamentals. I guess it's just because of the pace that both teams have been playing at. OnlyFins haven't really been able to use their plays. They're playing at such a fast pace. The Sweet and Sour are comfortable to play in the craziness. Now that they're on an eco, it's going to be more the same. Just that one rifle for tempo. Ticey leading the line like yet again.
Tempo says it's his turn for a first blood. I mean, one of the first Sweet and Sour rounds was an eco, wasn't it? Or at least they made it close on the second round. So I wouldn't be surprised if they made this dangerous as well. They have found the most empty site to move into.
Sweet and Sour, even with the no weaponry that they have, Blade Storm's up. You know that they can sort of take their time here. KO Knife's going to try to clear up the A site. He does connect onto Yesmu, who's playing on stairs. Molly's going to push him out, but there is a bit of an attempted waterfall here. The Blade Storm, the Ticey had, not able to get any shots and mowed down by the Nano Swarms.
I mean, if that Blade Storm worked out, that could have been a round for Sweet and Sour, a round for the ages. But Tempo says there may be another chance. The only rifle holder is doing quite a lot. Famzam even makes the classic work, for instance. Ofikin is able to deal with Tempo, and Famzam's classic won't be enough for 2 more kills. A triple collected by Feekin puts OnlyFins right back on track.
Gun upgrades, whatever they can get. The 5th on the board. Sweet and Sour still finding first kills. Like, it was Tempo this time.
Yeah.
And just the mid-round calling from Halfbeat was nice. I know it was OnlyFins picked up the round, but they get the first kill on B, immediately rotate towards and fight A as attackers, leaving Halfbeat in mid. And OnlyFins are still like trying to get information on B, see if anybody's left around, use utility over there. And just OnlyFins, when it's a little bit slow, when they can be a bit more measured with their approach, that's where they look stronger. They're the ice cold team from the Nordics playing on the coldest map in the game. But it has just been Sweet and Sour heating things up. Ticey especially, 18 and 8. Used the Blade Storm last round, and another first kill for Sweet and Sour.
They've had a few of these mini setups, right? These mini pre-planned plays that can give him a little edge over their opponents, both on defense and now on attack. Now, OnlyFins have got a lurk of their own going on here. Nixun, the only defender of this A site, just hands it over to his opponents. Can he save the space, save time for his teammates to move into? And when they do, can he lure enough attention towards him so his teammates can make it all work?
Ali's trying to flank, and he doesn't expect Sweet and Sour to just all turn around. 4 players turning around to just deal with him. Puts it to bed, and they're even sending Ticey on the lurk through mid now too.
Flash thrown in, defuse stuck with, spray downs coming in, and they've managed to get OnlyFins off the spike for now, but they're losing players left and right. Sweet and Sour comfortable, and Ticey coming in as a guarantee will be there to save the day. Snowy is wary of it, but he can't pay attention at multiple angles at the same time. He will try, but try is all he can, because Ticey's got on a triple and is right back on form to allow Sweet and Sour to close out this map.
That's the thing about Sweet and Sour, just the decision making is so quick. The rate that they took that first fight and that first kill onto Feekin, once they realized that they were flanked, you got the Killjoy alarm bot, you have the Jets smoke it off, and then the Killjoy pushes out of that smoke to go and fight them, along with the help of Ticey. The teams don't make those decisions full stop, but when you have those decisions be made instantly, like the double peak like that, Ali doesn't stand a chance.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like there's a bit of slow decision-making on the side of OnlyFins. I don't know if that's because it's sort of compared, in contrast to Sweet and Sour being super snappy in those mid-rounds. But for example, in this round, we expected a bit of a flank, and last second, it was a bit shaky, where one player was left to flank and 3 others were trying to push through the main area of the site, and then things got a little bit separated, a little bit shaky.
Yeah,
Maybe,
it reminds me of like Sweet and Sour playing like those teams that you'd scrim against teams like this, and you'd go, they'd never play like that in officials. Like just scrim god teams that were happy to be aggressive and almost a bit cocky with their approach. But as soon as they get into officials, they don't play like that at all. Like the old like Ascend no Penky team had a history of being like that. Sweet and Sour, they do play like this in officials. It's just crazy that they're willing to play like this in an Ascension elimination game. If you lose this series, your year is done. And Sweet and Sour are not playing like that.
No? I mean, it's been Sweet and Sour's MO since the start of the season, right? It's what's taken everyone by surprise. It's what allowed them to get into the runners-up position in Split 1, getting to the final against Apex, and it's what could allow them to stay alive in Split 2 and potentially make a run for Ascension. 3 defenders for OnlyFins here towards this A side. A difficult position to be in if you're Sweet and Sour, but they've been great with entries. Can they be it again? Yezmu, great mosh to deter, but it's Yezmu to find the first pick. Still, a 4v5, but OnlyFins want to keep up the tempo. Sweet and Sour win off the rest, though. No more A side defenders, and we're looking at a 3v2 in the post plant.
Had a bit of an attempted flank from Feek, and he's just broken the turret and gone back. But Sweet and Sour at this point, everybody's grouped up. Now that they might have just a 3v1 if they push up and try to flip the spawns. Feekin has to be really careful. He wasn't expecting to fight again, but Nixon's able to trade and make it a 1v1.
The caller of the team, the captain, can't anticipate Ticey's position to that right-hand side. And Ticey's life is enough to secure Sweet and Sour's 12th round, one away from closing out Icebox.
It's such a surreal map. Like, it was a similar scoreline. If it finishes now, OnlyFins had on Haven against Apex, and they looked completely out of it, just outmatched in that series. Here, they've not been outmatched. It's just been a game of fine margins. The scoreline really doesn't represent what this map has been like for either team.
No.
But just when you have your Duelist going 23-8 and your IGL going 19-11, there's not much you can do for OnlyFins. Nothing's working.
It could well be a 9-8 score right now, or 10-7. But no, instead it's a 12-5. And OnlyFins trying to play catch-up here. 7 chances is what someone could call it. For OnlyFins, it's a mountain to climb. Sweet and Sour lining up their defensive positions.
Use the KO knife to clear like snow pile. They don't have it for yellow. They have the mosh that's going to try and clear these positions, and it's a bit more scrappy with the utility coming out now.
And with the utility coming out, Sweet and Sour will move out of the shadows in unison, taking OnlyFins by storm. That's exactly what they've done this entire map. 13-5 is the score as Sweet and Sour collect map number 1 of this elimination match.
And I swear you've barely seen a smile come out of any of them. It was just straightforward for them. Famzam especially, just no reaction. Creamy, couple of smiles here or there. It's just business. These guys are so locked in. And OnlyFins, you're expecting maybe there's a chance that they can upset here, right? That they've got some series wins against Sweet and Sour in the past. But the previous, whether it's the rematch that we saw in playoffs in stage 1, their game in stage 2, or even now, it just seems to be all Sweet and Sour. Like, they dropped off yesterday. They weren't at the same level that we've seen consistently. Sure. But now they're right back on that horse.
They are. That means that OnlyFins are asked to do the exact same thing on the next map, but that's Sweet and Sour's pick, Ascent, which we haven't seen either of the teams play for about a month, right? So anything could happen, things could have changed, things could have progressed, and it's a difficult one to read. So if you're OnlyFins here, Ryan, in a few words, what do you need to do to get into the right mindset to deal with Sweet and Sour right now?
I think it just has to all come together for them. That's the main thing. Like, Sweet and Sour are going to be comfortable here, but OnlyFins, it's not been a bad map for them either, really.
There's no easy solution to all this ordeal. We'll be back after a short break for map number 2.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah.
It turns out that 9-3 is back on the schedule, but it's only Finns getting a taste of their own medicine this time. A slow start from Sweet and Sour turned into a slew of successful retakes. After the first half ended, Twiggy, both you and I believed that this one was already over.
And it pretty much was. I mean, you know, there was a couple of flashes in the pan for OnlyFins after that one, but Sweet and Sour really dominated this game, and the way they played in that first half was pretty much exemplary of what we expect from this team, what they can do at the best of times, and what we probably saw from them against Apex back when they got that victory.
Yeah, you know, a blend of individuals and a team performance on the whole is what we have to talk about. In terms of the scorecard, Ticey back on fire to winning ways in the playoff stage, 24-9. A big step up from what we saw from him yesterday. You know, even at the best of times, he looked pretty good, but still ended up recording an individual highest death toll at 53 in a best of 3 that we've seen from him in a playoffs match. So single-digit deaths, plenty of value, but also keeping himself pretty mobile around the map on defense there, giving openers which OnlyFins didn't have an answer to overturn, Twiggy.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, but obviously I think we need to talk straight away about the way that Sweet and Sour had 9 defuses in the first half. These guys played the perfect retake game, as passive as possible. I said earlier on that their game starts 1 minute in when they're on defense, when they play like that. You know, they just let them plant, and then they went in and got that done, and after the like 4th or 5th round, they were just making no mistakes at that point.
Yeah, there was a very clear-cut game plan from Sweet and Sour right at the start. In many ways, exactly like what we saw against Apex. OnlyFins should have been prepared for this, and we did see them win a few rounds. One of those, or a couple of those at the start, which made things, I think, look a little bit better than they were on the surface, was Fagan. He had quite a lot of individual clutches that we can go ahead and take a look at. But I think the main thing that I want to talk about while we're playing back these moments that he was so heavily involved in was the adaptations that they attempted to then try and make. You know, a little bit more space to shut down the retakes, which ultimately Sweet and Sour seem to have an answer for anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way Sweet and Sour play when they're at their peak. I feel like these guys know that they are mechanically gifted. They know that generally they're going to be winning 1v1s against teams that pretty much every team in the league, honestly. These guys have great individual skill, great mechanics, great fundamentals, and it really played to their strengths this time around. A lot of the time they were just taking duels that they knew they'd win. They looked confident, and I think that was a massive part of it.
Yeah, like even those couple of rounds there, you could see the package that we just saw, or the replay that we just saw, players spread out on the site taking fights separate to one another. There was another round number 6, where they tried to take Snowman control, and it was against the Eco. It was split up, it was segregated, and they got punished for it. In terms of the team play though, and where we can start giving credit to Sweet and Sour in those 9 successful retakes that we saw on our defender's side, was in round 4, only a couple of rounds later, but it's already ideas that they had presented early on, Twiggy, when you look at the utility.
Yeah, I think so, and like, again, this is just what repeated over the course of this one. This was just kind of the start of what we saw, but you can see in the beginning, they're not even phased by getting taken out towards the start of rounds. They're letting first kills happen towards them. It's okay. They know they have rifles in this round. They know they have the upper hand, and if they just give all the time, let OnlyFins waste their kind of utility at the start of this round, you know, obviously the lockdown goes out so early there that there's no chance of them stopping a retake if they trade off of each other effectively. Nixon once again gets that, but it's traded away immediately. Halfbeat is there. We know his fragging potential, and is just able to make the space for Famzam to start that defuse with the Gecko.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think we saw a lot happen in the round just before this one as well. Obviously, I would love to throw in all 9 successful retakes, but we would be here all afternoon. We'd be here longer than the first half ended up being. It's just, you know, you have the one way, it denies the turret, there's no adaptation there. They have all the time to reset, because that was a 3v3. The round I was mentioning just before was also a 2v2, and it was another situation where Halfbeat took control with the rest of his team. I think the fact that he's alive late and so many of these instances speaks to a lot of speaks volumes about his own calling power in those situations and navigating them, where maybe the Sweet and Sour of Split 1 would have struggled to overcome exactly what it was, right? He made himself the protagonist. There was another situation where everybody got caught in the lockdown, or, you know, he ran into the lockdown and was able to find 4 kills of his own. We have one more to show you here. This is round number 10 as well, Twiggy, and I want you to just talk us through how this one went.
Yeah, again, you know, we've got another plant taken down immediately. Only Finns make that wall, they make the space, and they get the spike down. But you can already see that Sweet and Sour have congregated around Orange. They're making space, and they're starting to go, okay, we're going to trade off each other one by one. Now, Halfbeat shouldn't be winning that duel. He missed so many shots, but he still gets it, and that gives him the upper hand massively in this one. Fagan is starting to make that rotation, but Tempo is very aware of the fact that he could be doing that one. This is good Sentinel play from both players here. You know, Fagan is trying to make that space, but Tempo, also on the Killjoy, knows that his job when his whole of the team is alive and they have numbers is, okay, I've just got to watch a flank now.
It's another situation where you're at an even standing in terms of man count, but Sweet and Sour are peaking with every single player they have available, and the best possible example is that final kill onto Fagan. But I think you see it in a couple of instances during that round as well. But, you know, like you mentioned, where you've got on the opposite side, Only Finns with Ale and Snowy, I think it was Yellow, completely separated from the site players who were trying to hold back that space, which was so useful in quite a few of the retakes that we already saw. So not the start which we wanted, and as we said for Only Finns, it was that first half ultimately which made all of the difference, because we know they're a very capable defensive team, but as I said it there, it wasn't a question of getting more rounds than Sweet and Sour on their defense at that point. It was matching it. You go down a deficit of 6 rounds. We talk about 9-3 being this like spiritual almost scoreline which has magic powers to overturn stuff, but that's all BS, and we know that. Only Finns have been on the receiving end so many times. I think this one was so momentum based that now you're heading into Ascent and it doesn't give you confidence at all, especially when you're looking at what is likely to be a mirror matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody's going to choose the comfort picks on this one, the default kind of Ascent comp. And the last time Only Finns played this was against Formulation Gaming. They lost it in overtime, week 2, so a long time ago at this point. We're talking 2 months now. And you've got to assume it's not like part of their picks. They haven't scrimmed it that much probably, so there's not really going to be much adaptation. They're not really going to changed anything about the way they play Ascent in that time, I don't think. So I'm a little worried for them now.
I think it was more converting advantages last time from what I remember. You had an Ale Demiurge head-to-head, which was very prevalent, and I think it's important to now drag Ticey into the same shoes as the Formulation duelist here, because Ale can open really well. That's something that he's great at. It's about, again, like I said, converting advantages in the late round, and that comes back to this conversation we're having about retakes, where Only Finns did find sort of little niblets of success on Icebox, was where they were able to pressure out utility, have players in strong positions in the late round, actually set up for their post-plant more effectively. Are you going to be offered that kind of comfortability here, though? You've just come out of a 75% win rate map and you go into one where the expectations are a lot lower. It's difficult to see things turning around. But again, I do want to just be focusing on both of these duelists. I know it's like very cliche from an analyst perspective to say, oh, we've got to be looking at the jets flying around the map, but I genuinely think it doesn't go much further than the surface here.
Yeah, and especially on Ascent, you know, you're always going to be running this default comp. You've got 2 initiators to back you up, so the Jet is really going to be the spearhead, the linchpin for the team. Every time we see this map and this comp, it's always the Jet doing most of the work. Let's look all the way back at the old DRX compositions where it's just Jet running it down mid pretty much every single round off the back of a KO flash or a breach flash back in the day. And yeah, nothing has changed since then fundamentally. You've still got Jet making space, and we briefly had a Cypher meta to try and shut that down, but it has changed since then once again back towards Killjoy. And yeah, I don't think for either of these teams it's going to be anything more than you've got to stay confident, you've got to win duels, you've got to make spaces to Jet.
Yeah, final bit before we throw over to the casters. I think before, Tycee was quite resource intensive in terms of what he needed to be successful, whereas the Operator, as we saw on the last map, added so much to galvanize the defense. We'll have to see whether he can get it up and running here and how he faces against Ale. They made so much importance on involving him with the team, but it's this version which may be crashing out in lowers. One final map potentially on the cards. It's Pavlos and Ryan to take you through it.
Thank you very much, Hazza. And of course, it is going to be one map here that determines if OnlyFins have another chance at this tournament and taking it to a third series, or it's their elimination map. And Ascent map, Ascent Ryan, is a pretty damn difficult map to judge without even getting into the server.
For both teams, they've just played it so little. 3 times in total for OnlyFins, 4 for Sweet and Sour. But 4-0 for Sweet and Sour is the concerning part. For the OnlyFins, they banned out Bind to make sure that Sweet and Sour weren't going to throw that curveball there, and they got thrown another curveball instead. That there's no comp changes, it's just how this team functions together. It has been a bit of a while for OnlyFins. It's maybe a potential chance that they've only played it once with Ale on the squad. So, a lot to do, a map that's been around for so long, a team that's been around for so long, might be calling it quits at this stage if they don't win this map. Sweet and Sour happy to attack first. And I think really for head-to-head, I think it's Yesmu versus Famzam. Famzam's utility was so good on the previous map. Yesmu, a lot to do.
Well, may the biggest rivalry in Challengers North continues. Feekin trying to fend off the B-site attackers as Sweet and Sour have already gained ground into the site. OnlyFins looking to post up for this retake. No loss of life thus far.
We've even got 3 players in B main now for Sweet and Sour. Just checking for any flanks. OnlyFins are doing quite a lot of it on their defensive icebox, and Ali hit by the shock dart and then a headshot from Tempo.
Oh my word.
Who finds 2.
Of course it's going to be Sweet and Sour with a first blood, and of course it's Feekin, the one to try and return the favor. Nice little flash, but it comes in from both ends at the same time, and it's Sweet and Sour to be gaining the best of these situations. Nixun does find a couple by the end, and the last remaining players were fairly low, but it's Sweet and Sour to take the win.
Yeah, a bit more of a bloodbath. One thing that you can say about Sweet and Sour is they're very good at making sure that they fight together. Whether it's clearing out a potential flank in B main or everybody just stepping out the choke and taking the jewels then from OnlyFins. You definitely can't say that Sweet and Sour aren't scared of taking some of these fights. It does mean that that's the second out of 3 pistols that we've seen for Sweet and Sour in this series. And it's looking at least like the attacking round is going to be the same as the first. Just be aggression off the rip.
Will OnlyFins find any answer here? It's going to be a little bit more difficult to do so given the limited weaponry. Sweet and Sour are taking a lot more fights here. Or you could say OnlyFins are, as they have elected to push through smokes. Hasn't really paid off. Only with 2 players remaining. I mean, ideally for them, they don't want to give any more ult orbs, but for Sweet and Sour as well, they don't want to give away any of their guns. So we'll be looking at a standstill for a few seconds here.
Even Eddie Aldron seeing that you've got the Omen playing close with a shorty. Really doesn't need to be a need for Sweet and Sour to go push and fight this. No ultimates that are super close and no ultimates other than lockdown potentially that can do damage.
No.
Player standing.
They don't know Nixon's on the spike, but yeah, he'll make noise. I don't know. I thought I was watching a drama TV show at this point. Anything could have happened, but there wasn't even time if Heartbeat would have, if Nixon rather would have been alive for it. So we've got a 2-0 start. Sweet and Sour continue the pace they created from Icebox. They didn't show any signs of slowing down the previous map. I don't know if they will this one.
Could even be the same again. There's 4 players for Sweet and Sour stacked outside of B main. Might just try to really condition this early on. You've also got Creamy that might have a KO knife that just might hit the A site. Close to shot. And it is actually pulling the rotation of the jet over towards A. And it is just a fake. Everybody yet again looking to go through B main aggressively. Deacon needs to be careful here. The Odin might be able to catch somebody or at least pepper them up a little bit. The Yesmu. Both players backing off the site, now trying to bunker in on this defense. It's a 2v5.
It is. but only Finns can stay hidden for now, and the rest of the players have also approached fairly quickly. Ale joining on the fight. Sweet and Sour collapsing under the pressure that OnlyFins inflicted upon them, and that was fairly quick from OnlyFins.
The OnlyFins just tempering themselves a bit, sort of get a good realization it's going to be a B main execute again. 2 players bunkered up, nobody's showing. And even Sweet and Sour trying to be a bit more aggressive by fighting CT. Catch people by surprise. No, OnlyFins had all of the information. Even when the read didn't necessarily go their way, they were still in the right position to punish. Maybe the problem with Sweet and Sour, keep trying to play at a pace. There's now 4 players towards A main. Really does kind of feel like they're just sort of splitting a little bit, putting pressure towards the extremities early, whether it's farming up orbs or just hitting a site pretty quickly.
Well,
Here,
Ryan,
they're slowing down a bit.
now it feels like we're playing a set. Both teams have got an over. Let's see how it unfolds here. Nice little flash to make Tyson not be able to see, but doesn't really matter. No, he gets the first kill. Ali to the back of A ends up dropping. His shock dart, well, rather Yasmu's shock dart, is enough to find a trade, but still Sweet and Sour with the advantage in numbers and in space.
Push through the smoke there, actually towards trade. And now look at him, he's like pushing up around mid. He's not trying to go for a late lurk, he's just wrapping around to play with the rest of his team. He still has a nano swarm, but an alarm bot for the flank now. OnlyFins might even consider saving here because there's no real way in.
No, there really isn't. And back to where we started. Sweet and Sour being very decisive on their early picks, and it's showing on the end result of a round. And OnlyFins backed into a corner, forced to save.
Yeah, unfortunate really for OnlyFins, yeah. Because they had a KO knife towards short that hit maybe 3, maybe 4 players. But at that point, I think it was Nixon that was watching more towards A main. They pushed out of short from mid. Shoot him in the back of the head. There can't be a trade because it's smoked off. That's a lot of kills in that round came from players not being able to see each other either through smoke or like the shock dart kill that came through. Crazy that OnlyFins even still have a buy at this point.
I mean, they do. That's the important part. But they won't soon after this. They need to change the status quo, and they need to do it quick. Start gaining more rounds on the board. This time Sweet and Sour slow with their pressure. 2 sides to this A side take. Nixon trying to hold the line. He'll be in trouble though. Ali's there to assist, but is it good enough? Tempo is able to return quite quickly, and the Hunter's Fury is creating space for Sweet and Sour to move into easily. Ale trying to reposition to the back of this corner. Heartbeat taking the trade, but it's still OnlyFins on top. And Famzam pins it in. Has an Odin to work with. He's got site control. Spike repositioned to more safe angle. But OnlyFins are moving in quite quickly, and Ollie's got himself his crosshair at the right angle, allowing for the kill and the round win for the Finns.
Yeah, good work from OnlyFins. It felt like they were just sort of forced to take a lot of those fights. You could sort of tell that they were a little bit not sure if they should be fighting in certain positions. And there were good trades coming in from Sweet and Sour, but just OnlyFins able to do a lot more damage here. You can sort of just see from Nixon's position. Yes, Moose sort of flitting between positions, not sure where that next peak is going to come from. Does mean the Sweet and Sour, whilst they've got ultimates coming online now, down a little bit of money. Bladestorm's going to buff it up a little bit for Ticey, and there is a lockdown. But now Ale having the operator, hoping to try to recreate some of the things that Ticey was doing on the Icebox defense with the op.
Fair. It's not like he was given an opportunity to do that on Icebox. We didn't see too many of his defensive rounds. So maybe we can see and bear witness to it here on Ascent.
Here.
I buy a bit of time here. Sweet and Sour are very nervous about this defensive smoke. Forces them to check wine. Lockdown hasn't actually been used for this execute. They're just going to explode out. And Ticey, the flash came at the worst time. But Snowy just didn't seem to see him.
Ali took a big risk by crossing over and ends up costing his life. So only Finn's on the back foot again, desperate to find a kill, but it's going to have to wait with a lockdown dropping. And again, Sweet and Sour with the advantage. They've been pretty damn good at taking this site control, not only on A and on B as well.
Those plans have not been going well for only Finns today, regardless of what side, but they're going to go and fight for this from the looks.
Best case scenario is that Yesmu is able to find a shot through the smoke or even the wall, but that doesn't happen. Feekin cannot be the saving grace, and it's Heartbeat to find two to pad up his stats. And Sweet and Sour are keeping their tempo going. Double the amount of rounds that the Only Finns have got.
And then Eco for only Finns too, just as they got a lot of ultimates online. They might have 5 by the end of this round. Bladestorm might be used here for Ali. It was a nice round for Sweet and Sour. You could sort of see with the lockdown, okay, this is the way that the round's going to go. Lockdown's it's going to come in and then they're going to execute. No, they just executed off the rip. It just seemed that they subverted everybody's expectations, including only Finns, and used the lockdown to help with the post plant, get them into better positions. But it's more of the same. If only Finns get a kill, Sweet and Sour are very keen to trade it. And I'd say that this is the most complete performance we've seen from Sweet and Sour with Heartbeat too.
Yeah, I double that. It's looked pretty solid. I think Ticey's first kill on this round particularly was also a shot through his smoke. So good awareness on where LA could have been. Or maybe he spotted him before the smoke could settle. Either way, numbers for Sweet and Sour. Firepower superiority. Looking to extend the lead even further. The good thing for OnlyFins is that they've got 2 players that can pack a punch grouped up together. Not the best weapons to do it with. One side of smoke to delay Sweet and Sour. The only thing that OnlyFins could get going for them if their opponents get into time travel. But Snowy posted up closely. The best position for a Stinger to do damage.
Okay.
And both him and Nick soon line up some shots. Odin trying to trade it back up. The Hunter's Rift from Yasmu is superb. And the turnaround might just be on its way into OnlyFins camp.
A crazy round. I was a bit worried for OnlyFins there. They smoked the one-way in A main, and it felt to Sweet and Sour like, hold on, why would they do that at this point? If they're on a low bar, like they knew that something was afoot. I think that's why they threw out that jet smoke, but it just gave Snowy the perfect thing to play around. Nixon also gets one. The Hunter's Fury is perfectly timed as well from Yesmu to just add more chaos and carnage to the situation. And suddenly Sweet and Sour end up losing an anti-eco. Not something that we've seen really happen at all today. That's a great boon for OnlyFins to maybe bring back not only this map, but the series as a whole.
Ticey will close up the distance early out in mid.
Here.
Beacons noted the presence, making sure there are extra players and the Owl drone to lure him out. But I think Nixon has gained some confidence, allowing for an early pickup as well. Ticey trying his luck by taking down the bot, but Feekin's still around. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that actually puts Sweet and Sour back into even ground.
The pressure coming in, the KO knife not deep enough to actually get into wine, so Nixon was completely uncleared and finds a kill onto Creamy trying to farm up that ultimate. But that pressure towards A main might have pulled the rotation over and allowed a bit of a gap for Sweet and Sour. Just sneak onto the B site. Beacon's going to hear all of these steps now. And there is a null command and maybe a lockdown potentially for Beacon on this retake if they can get there. OnlyFins quite happy to give up a lot of the space, try to play together and hope the Sweet and Sour don't punish this. And they're pushing CT as free.
Uh-oh. You won't really read this easily. Tempo posted up aggressively, ends up dropping. Ticey doubles up, all down to Famzam, but he's got a Sheriff, and he might even upgrade it into a Vandal. Yesmu trying to pick up the pace, go back onto the site, and give himself the positional advantage. Famzam to switch it all back in his favor. Spray onto the spike. Doesn't expect Yesmu's going for the stick. Recon out. The shot comes through, but it's going to be the defuse by Yesmu to give OnlyFins the win.
Big rounds for Yesmu. The Hunter's Sphere last round and the clutch there. just maybe had a sense of the timings that Famsam didn't have the recon dart, would have used it earlier. And it was a good read. It was scrappy. Sweet and Sour know that they're a player down. They need to go make a play. Ticey gets a couple more kills. He's 10-6 again with this performance. I was worried that OnlyFins were going to get a little bit punished there with how they took that fight. But they're on an eco. There's still good damage. Ale line up the operator yet again. And Sweet and Sour fighting for A main again with the help of this null command potentially to get onto the site.
Ale might have a good angle to work with. Fires the first shot, not quite finding its mark. While the rest of Sweet and Sour look to move in as well. Of course it's a spray down in mid. Of course it's tempo with a lurk to keep Sweet and Sour in front. Nixun on the lookout though. Despite time, an extra pair of eyes looking away from the site, but he's read tempo's position and has put OnlyFins right back on track. Paranoia thrown in, that's going to delay OnlyFins' attempt to push through, but still Snowy comes off with a kill. Certainly Sweet and Sour might be in trouble. TP onto the site in combination with a Paranoia, but allows Heartbeat to gain an early quick kill. Snowy turning the favorite around, and all shots connect for OnlyFins, getting themselves the lead.
Really good retake. Like, OnlyFins are now starting to be back to their previous form. They're on the defense, 4 rounds on attack is still great for Sweet and Sour if this is what they end up finishing on. But I think the Nixun is not only leading the line with kills for his team, but also the early round defaults that he's calling, the mid-round adjustments, the way that they're fighting for a main, where they're giving up space, where they're trying to commit and fight. It's been a whole lot better, and Sweet and Sour trying to be disruptive, sure, and even missing opportunities like Ale at an open operator shot on that A site and he missed. And they're hard shots to hit, but that's why you have these players in these positions, because they're so good at nailing those shots.
It definitely seems that OnlyFins are more alive now, and they've matched the score of the previous map, getting into 5 rounds.
Oh, that shock dart is perfect as well. Yasmin takes out Creamy.
And they get a few shots off across the smoke as well to collect a kill. And Heartbeat will try to break down the lockdown without being spotted, but no. Not successful in his endeavor. What can Famsam do? Any magic in store for us here?
Take flight.
And I'm going to use the owl drone just to see if anybody's going to push up, give a little bit of space for Tempo, who actually gets Ali. Sheriff bursts his ult, but it's a good amount of damage done, at least for Sweet and Sour, but not enough. OnlyFins make it 6.
Yeah, definitely improvement for the OnlyFins here. Doing quite a good job of securing 4 consecutive rounds. And I think it's the pressure in mid that have put Sweet and Sour on a rough point, right? I feel like they've been losing a few players from there, here and there.
Turret out.
Right here.
Scary for OnlyFins to be taking this kind of fight. 5 players pretty much grouped up to explode out into mid. At this point now they're going to try and back up the recon dart to ping them, and they have to be really careful because it wasn't broken. Ticey's managed to sort of stick through the gaps. It's a bit of
It's yes.
It's a circus.
Yes. That's all we shall say. A lot of tension in that mid-fight. But Sweet and Sour are the ones that get out on top. But they haven't quite crossed onto the side just yet, and Ali's the gatekeeper. He's the one holding the doors. And so far, 2 for nothing when it comes to Ali's engagement. Creamy all by himself. Will require a couple of kills of his own to secure this clutch. Good dagger revealing, he's still around, but Ali's not looking at the right position. Snowy's got his teammates' corner covered, and OnlyFins make sure that they'll at least be in top by the end of this half.
Yeah, it's crazy how reinvigorated they are at this point, especially players like Yasmin, who is 10-5. As another Hunter's Fury, the last one was the turning point, really. That 50 round that OnlyFins had, it's been undefeated ever since. And now it finally feels that they're getting it together. Even Ali's now starting to hit those shots. The second kill onto Halfbeat, a hard shot to hit because they've TP'd in, got onto a close weird off angle, and yet Ali still headshots him. This is what you want to see.
All of a sudden, we've got a series on our hands. Last round of the half. As Sweet and Sour trying to find the oomph they had at the beginning. They were just pressing W and mouse 1 and taking sights after sights and round after round. This time things are a little bit different, but Ticey begs to differ. Drags it all out in favor of his team. His team crosses through with him, but they are on the back foot here. They've got to trade favorably to get this win secured.
3v4, Ticey's still alive with the op 2 that he's picked up from Ali. Write it off. 5th here would be nice for Sweet and Sour.
Nixon with the first kill. Famzam struggling. Nixon doing so much on the captain seat. And there's nothing Sweet and Sour can do about it. Lead extended even further. And Onlyfin starting to feel a sense of comfort. And I think that's the first time we actually are bearing witnesses to that comfort this entire series.
Yeah, it's one of the few times that Onlyfins have frankly looked the better team in this matchup. And this is when you've got Sweet and Sour winning the pistol too. Only picking up 4 on attack is worrisome. Mostly down to Nixon, like the calling, the multi-kill that he gets there. All seemingly from a moment where it was just pure chaos on A main. Now switching sides, Onlyfin's picking up a pistol here would be nice. I think all of the attack pistols have been won today, so it's leading in that direction, but Sweet and Sour, 4 rounds on attack, not too bad. I'd say that losing this pistol might make this more of an uphill climb, and I don't think either team really wants to go to Abyss if they can help it.
Yeah, that's always going to be a 50-50. A new map, untested to the extent that the rest have. Heartbeat forced out. But Onlyfins' route to the lower bracket finals is going to have to be Abyss anyway, so step by step, they'll have to get there. Ticey, first shot goes to him. Paranoia thrown in by Heartbeat, showing intent of wanting to move inwards, but the fact that Onlyfins were so close to them in proximity, that Paranoia didn't really matter. Sweet and Sour not going to hold back on the pace. Want to keep that pressure on, but the spike is so close to that wall, making it so hard.
Wrap around.
To spot the players, tempo, putting pressure, and he finds a shot to equalize. Will it stabilize the situation? That will make things a little bit more tricky. Snowy's so good on that angle, wants to triple up on that post plant, allowing Onlyfins to win the second pistol.
That's the other side of it too. Snowy, nice triple kill, but now everybody's having their moments on Onlyfins. Feekin, the lowest on kills so far, yeah, he was absolutely phenomenal on Icebox, right? So you can almost give him a bit of a breather, have him take this out. That's with Ticey finding another first kill in this series. And Onlyfins are boxed into a corner here. You've got a player that's flanked all the way around, yet Snowy still manages to find 2 kills towards heaven. That's both pistols for them on this map. Could be a 10-4 scoreline, and Nixon actually, with the Outlaw, holding for that default just on that top box right in the attacker's spawn. He's sending some great messages here that Sweet and Sour have to deal with.
I think it's something we've noted at the start of the season as well. Onlyfins did tend to perform well when Nixon was doing well. And we saw a bit of a quiet period to that, whether that was Feekin showing up, Ale being brought onto the roster. They were less reliant of Nixon's prowess, but it feels it's Nixon's success now that is giving his team a little bit of newfound life.
Yeah.
And maybe... But look at Ticey's lurk. Is he going to be there on time? Not quite. A site to be crossed into. Sweet and Sour have got plenty of players to throw at this problem. And this is the first shot, but is it enough to find 2 here? Yes, it is. But Sweet and Sour falling like flies over to the A site. No one could hold their own. Ticey trying to hold on to that spike. 2 bullets left onto that Sheriff, but it won't be enough to deal with a single one of the remaining Onlyfins players. Double digits found.
You get the plant now on attack. It's the only downside realistically. least Sweet and Sour sending a couple of curveballs, being like, you got to keep an eye on the flank, got to keep an alarm bot there because I will try to show up behind you if I can.
Spike down A.
But I mean, the adjustment again, like you've got Sweet and Sour doing some pretty interesting stuff, and getting a kill feed Snowy finds another kill. And he was a player that I remember us being somewhat critical of. It might have even been when OnlyFins played Sweet and Sour last time, or in stage one. Of just, he's not showing up. He's on one of the hardest roles to play against full stop, as that flex role. And he's such a young player, has a lot to show up for, has a lot of maps like the last one where he's kind of invisible. But every time he seems to show up in big positions like this.
Right here.
Well, this is the best round Sweet and Sour could hope for economically to try and draw it back up and get some wins on the board. It's been a bit of a drought.
How many
Quite
rounds is it
different
a
to that
row
first
now?
round.
Like 6, 7?
Yeah, probably.
Been on 4 for quite some time.
How can they do it? Sweet and Sour seemingly know what's up. You can see players rotating over, Creamy and Ticey, dashing their way forwards. Tempo not affected by Paranoia or an Owl drone, but he does post up close to avoid the Nano
Where's he
Swarm.
going?
It's Creamy and Ticey to get the kills. Somehow Sweet and Sour on top, but they got to take advantage of it. 20 seconds to spare, only Finn's on the hot seat.
Snowy
And,
got the orb. Is he looking to save this gun?
10 seconds left.
Might do. Feekin. It's only got a sheriff.
Yeah.
guess he wouldn't
I
want
guess
to
they
give
really
out
don't want to
any
give the
more
orbs
orbs.
away. They're willing to go into this round and save a Guardian, and then they take the fight
Never
anyway.
mind. Yeah.
Act on my intel. Don't give.
I mean, it's been nitpicky more than anything, really, because it's just like, Snowy, if he had died, he would have got this null command. So, in that position, would you want to try and get the Killjoy to get the orb? Because if they die, you get 2 orbs, you know?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to judge in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, like if you had a Vandal there, pick up the orb and save it, sure, but when you have a Guardian and then you just peek out anyway.
Yeah, a bit of delay on the decision making there, meaning we don't have an optimal outcome, but still Sweet and Sour get the win, one which they definitely needed. And only Finn switch up the pace a bit by slowing down. Two-sided approach.
And one thing that OnlyFins have been quite good at today, even on Icebox, is some of this like overlaying utility, like the flash, the peak, the way that Snowy's like timing everything together. The flash goes out in A main, the KO knife hits towards one shortly afterwards. That part of the gameplay for OnlyFins has been pretty tight today. The only problem is that Sweet and Sour aren't really letting them set up to do that in the first place. Brave of Allied to just sort of take the dry peak, but he does have the dash to get out of dodge.
He was close as well. If that was a kill, would it be magnificent? Probably one of the kills of the day. Although Ticey had quite a few
Yeah.
in Beacon.
I was going to
All of
say,
them shed.
if there's somebody that I don't want to try and take a timing on, it's Ticey, because I feel like he just,
Yeah.
you know, you might be able to catch out Creamy or Famzam or Hart, like anybody else, you might catch him by surprise by going for that peak. But not Ticey, he lives for that.
30 seconds left.
He's been quick, he's been snappy, but he's not at the right position here to defend this A-side take from OnlyFins. Although it's Sweet and Sour to find an early kill. Good spray down through the smoke, Spike goes down. As OnlyFins look to regroup, Sweet and Sour rather.
Sweet and Sour taking the time. 3 players just checking for this potential mid-lurk, looking for where Beacon might be, but he's just playing in A main. And KO Knife suppressing a lot, so it's just gun game for the time being with these players on site.
Snowy trying to mask his drop by pressing the mouse 1 button still. It's half beating Sweet and Sour to do quite a lot. Feekin all to himself. It would have been mad if he secured a clutch like this in 1v4, but it's Sweet and Sour's explosiveness onto the site. It seems they're lining up their shots and winning every duel just like they did on Icebox again.
Yeah, Spider Buck retake from Sweet and Sour. It's a shame for OnlyFins too, because you saw that Paranoia be set up by Heartbeat. Great observing, because we saw like the secondary observer showing the site. nobody from OnlyFins was in a position where they were going to get hit by that paranoia. One of the things that they have done is, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, sorry, but somebody that was working in Americas in the VCLR is helping anti-strap OnlyFins. So they got a little bit of help. It's an unsigned team, so it's a bit of unsigned help. But you can sort of tell from these positions that OnlyFins do have a good read on some of the things that Sweet and Sour are doing. Granted, it is, like I said, a by-the-book retake with the paranoids in those positions, but yeah, everything else, it's hard to deal with. It's interesting, I suppose, that timeout for OnlyFins is coming in now. They've lost 2 rounds back-to-back after winning 8 rounds in a row.
8 rounds.
Then again, it's not too far away for Sweet and Sour. Sweet and Sour not having a coach either. It's just the players working together, so we're not really going to see a timeout unless the players need one themselves to just have a chat and honestly just have a moment just to relax. Do your ass bass, recline in your chair, close your eyes, and just breathe for a bit.
I've got to say though, even though Sweet and Sour have been a bit on the slower side when it comes to the past few rounds, they're pretty clean. They're always on the same page, which is really exciting to watch, especially due to that fast impact that they can bring to each and every round. But this time it's OnlyFins that go aggressive. The spray down comes in from Hartley. Not enough time to react to get into cover. Although Creamy at the back of the site is doing wonder work. Ale is able to put him to the ground for now, unless he's brought right back into life. Difficult endeavor. The Sweet and Sour have grouped up quickly and the spike hasn't even gone down yet.
It's right out in the open and the door's open too. You do have the Killjoy there to support, but Feekin just as a ghost, and he's caught out by Ticey anyway.
So OnlyFins are getting in an even more difficult position longer the time goes by. With Nick soon falling, it's Ale with all to do with his blades, but Tempo finds the right moment to peek out from the shadows and pick up the round for his team. Sweet and Sour slowly but surely closing up the gap.
Pressure's now on OnlyFins a little bit, which is crazy when they were just on a streak of rounds. Sweet and Sour just really recollecting themselves, I'd say. Like, there's no timeout, there's no change to their default. I think it was just them making sure that they don't get caught out in silly positions. And also OnlyFins now, they don't have those ultimates to rely on to sort of just cycle them together. Whereas Tempo's not too far away from a lockdown. Ticey's an operator and a Bladestorm in case he needs it. And he's kind of stuck now, but he does immediate support there for Sweet and Sour. 3 players all together playing towards Pizza as soon as Ticey kind of gets stuck. 2 players going to help, and now Ticey's allowed to move towards A main. There's one player that Nixon's probably not expecting to run into on A. It's going to be the Jet that they just saw towards mid like 30 seconds ago.
It's one of those things that Jets can min-max, is their presence everywhere. Ticey seems to have that under lock and key. Right position, right time. But he's alone. So anything he does here will be his own making and his
Great
alone.
splash.
Forces Ticey out, but it doesn't allow him to spot Ali crossing. Meaning OnlyFins have finally gotten a pick without being returned. They've got the advantage. Can they sustain it?
30 seconds left.
Got this flank too that's actually coming in from Tempo. Killjoy versus Killjoy, and it's Feekin with the Odin that wins out. Ale goes down from Creamy playing from heaven and attempts to try to push through the doorway here. Isn't successful for Creamy at least.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour trying to go aggressive off the rip again. Didn't pay off as OnlyFins won most of the kills so far. Most of the duels. Oh, if that could have been a dink, would have been marvelous. But no, not this time around. Famzam on the clutch attempt. 2 down, 2 to go. But without much time to spare, the risk is just too much to take. Operator saved, and it's going to be OnlyFins right back into their winning ways.
A good call with him being low. You look at the money for Sweet and Sour, you got plenty to work with. It does mean that OnlyFins go on to 11. Or more, and we go to a 3rd map, which hasn't been the most common outcome, I think, in the 4 series that we've had. I think it might be 2-2-0s, 2-2-1s. 2-2-0s and 2-2-1s out of the 4 games played.
Damn.
3 of those off the top of my head at least, going towards Sweet and Sour.
Yep. Very true.
But the only win that OnlyFins got over Sweet and Sour was in playoffs.
Upper bracket, though.
Yeah, it's the only difference. I think the big question for me for Sweet and Sour is, like we've said it all year, we say it whenever new teams or honeymoon periods happen for teams, is what happens when it starts to go wrong. And we've seen that a little bit with Sweet and Sour. You lose Affen for outside of the server, like, problems, I suppose. Halfbeat's been a good addition, but you have seen Sweet and Sour drop a lot more series recently. They just burn out in a blaze of glory, supermassive blaze style. Or did he actually have enough of an unsigned young team to come together and actually bounce back?
It's definitely not as easy as it was. Giving them challenge after challenge, but now tables squared up. Sweet and Sour's mid push could pay dividends, and it does. They can just get that pick, be happy they've gotten it, and now drop back into safety. Famzam might be in trouble here. Recon has been shot. Creamy good for the trade. They're right on time. Though OnlyFins have found themselves at the plant, they are lacking the numbers. It's a 2v3. Nixon can hold the line. Are Sweet and Sour aware of the operator, though?
Lockdown might make it pretty inconsequential.
Oh, no.
Especially as we was trying to go for a time and get aggressive. Works out perfectly for Sweet and Sour. This round, though, for OnlyFins, maybe looking to save the operator on attack. Or just throw it out the map and make sure that Ticey can't get it, which is good as well, because money's not amazing now for Sweet and Sour with the fact that they just had to buy in the last one. It's a bit of a weird, like, OnlyFins find the first kill, and then you, like, look at where those, like, red checks are on the minimap. You got Tempo that just push short and just gets a kill there. Everybody seemingly to die on their own. Where Sweet and Sour, you know, here, like Snowy goes down. Beacon, not necessarily expected to be pushed mid, fights alone. This smoke is well placed, but it forces Yes move to fight alone. It goes on and on.
You can't help but think there might be a comeback brewing here. Part of the past 5 rounds going to Sweet and Sour. Remember, this matchup is the biggest rivalry this region has seen.
Maybe not the biggest, but the most common.
The most common, yeah. The 5th time these two teams play against each other.
Oh my god, Ticey.
And again, it's going to be the trade of the duelists. But like keeping up the pressure in short while his team tries to buy the time for the smoke to deteriorate.
The Sweet and Sour again being proactive. You just don't expect that they're going to fight you there. The defenders would just be happy to back up and hold the space and try to take information elsewhere. But no, you have Creamy using both of his flashes to go and take that angle.
Gun here.
And Ale's on his own too.
Creamy, probably the linchpin in this scenario, but is able to avoid any gunfights. Even if he's blind, even if he's pinged by the recon, half back of sight. The next player to be contested, but it's Famzam on higher ground to find 3 by himself.
2 rounds between them now. OnlyFins didn't really have too much to buy in that round, but this one's the big one. It feels like this is the defining moment of potentially your year. Potentially of the team. I don't know if we'd see OnlyFins again in 2025, you know, like these players have been playing in Tier 2 for so long, some of which might have opportunities to play in Tier 1 itself. This is a lot of pressure and a lot of half armors for OnlyFins, and an operator in the hands again of Ticey.
Here. Turret destroyed.
Uh-oh. It feels like Feekin is in trouble. The Hunter's Fury has tagged him once and a second time as well. And there's a spike in the open as well. A big oopsie has just been made. Nixon will try and recover it. I think Sweet and Sour have spotted the spike. Oh no, yes they have. And Ticey's holding the right angle. Uh-oh. Whoopsie time. Yasmu at least is able to trade things back evenly, but without spike control, this is gonna be difficult. Creamy holding down the back line. OnlyFins have got no idea what's going on right now. Oh, he's got it. Never mind!
Never mind!
Yeah, Ticey's making this map his realm.
It's again, who does that? It felt like at that point the Sweet and Sour, like, okay, we can't hold the spike there. We just give it up. We got to try and take mid again. We got to take towards market. But now Ticey's like, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go get that spike.
And he doesn't even need to peek now because Creamy is here now. Instead, double digits collected, and just like that, only one round of difference between the two teams. It seems they both like the defense.
If he can just call nap in there for a second, the Eldron connects, he gets stuck behind like the ticket box. When this Fury hits him all the way back in spawn, he can't pick up the spike. The operator gets 2 from that position. Just as I was saying how important that round could potentially be, it ends up being a nightmare for OnlyFins. They do have a buy here.
Right here.
But at what cost to be even on scoreline, and then potentially Sweet and Sour might be able to steal match the series point from underneath their nose.
And OnlyFins in playoffs, at least so far, with a match against Apex, haven't had the best time on attack. I think in the entire series, they're only one attacking round. Sorry, that was a defensive round. I fumbled that one, but you get the idea. They've struggled in playoffs, but that was against a different beast. Now against Sweet and Sour, things might be a little bit more even. 3 on the defense.
It's kitchen
for
sink
Sweet and
vibes
Sour.
here, isn't it? Like Null Command
It
and a lockdown
is.
front in together.
But no kills have come across. Never mind, scratch that. Tempo blind as a bat. And Ale will make sure that tempo drops into the ground splat. It's quite messy.
Yeah, Bladestorm
But
used,
Sweet
but
and
suppressed
Sour.
by the Null Command, so now they're just holding on with all the guns they have.
Ah, no way! And that could actually put Sweet and Sour right back on track, but Nixon's trade puts OnlyFins in the lead.
Scanning ahead.
2v3 in the fortress, that is the backside of B, is not at all feasible or easy. Ale finding an extra position. 3 different corners taken by the Finnish players as well as the Swede. And we're looking at a map point here for OnlyFins to take us into Abyss on this elimination match.
They just threw everything in there, regardless of whether they needed it or not. That you have the Null Command, you have the lockdown used together. Usually you want to try and stagger one and then use the other in the post plant. And then Ale just using the Bladestorm. Like, he had a rifle, he just wants to go for a fight. He does force out the Null Command from Creamy, I suppose. But for them, it was just get on to match point. If we have to play overtime, we can do. And like I was saying before, Sweet and Sour, coachless, opting to just take a time out to think about what they want to do in these last couple of rounds. The money actually, and their buy, might be a little bit stronger than what OnlyFins have to put together. Dicey having the op again. No real ultimates outside of that Bladestorm. But nothing that OnlyFins can rely on either for their ults too. But it's nice to see Ale at least competing a bit more against Ticey, because whether it's been through the first map of Icebox or even the season as a whole, feels that Ticey has been jet diffing Ape a little bit, but Ale has been trying to adjust to this new team. And I think, more frankly, OnlyFins have been trying to adjust to Ale on the squad too, like vice versa.
Sure. It's always a different dynamic, bringing another player in. Everybody has a different style, whether that's communication, or approach on a server, positions taken, a lot to account for. But this round is important for Sweet and Sour to want to grab a 2-0, otherwise the coin flip of Abyss would be on the cards.
Nice bait though here.
Whoa.
Creamy even gets one onto Ale just before that utility comes out, and that's a very rare operator miss from Ticey that allows Beacon in.
But how much more does it do? Heartbeat does take a lot of damage there, which could allow OnlyFins to square up the score. But the spike will be going down, and an old classic Sweet and Sour retake is required to secure the round. Nixun, a bit too greedy, gets his head ripped apart, and now Snowy and Yasmu are the ones to try and seal the deal. On the defense, Tempo, make sure that Yasmu is no more, and Snowy forced out of the site. Will have to hand this round over. Bullets spraying at him left, right, and center. One round could determine overtime or a third map.
How did he not have a gun? They won the round. Was he completely out of bullets? Just a weird moment. But a weird round, full stop. Luckily, there's enough money to buy for anything here for the last round of normal time, I suppose. Yeah, strange one. Really nice idea, though, with the B main play. I think it was half beat. He gets pinged by the owl drone. He goes off the choke. And Creamy goes onto a really nice off angle because he's not being shown. She just get that kill onto Ali.
Now they're trying to be sneaky out in mid, but Tempo's got the line covered. Oopsie daisy. That's not what OnlyFins wanted to start things off. And the shakes of closing out the map are showing.
Yeah, knifing the one way towards A main. Twin Cell looking to just peek into the choke, but Halfbeat caught napping a little bit.
Do you really need to do that when you've got the advantage, though?
Especially when you got Creamy with 2 left in a really bad spot, and they know that the killjoy's somewhere around there. Recon Dart, though, pushed in deep. The Feekin's position here might not be all that considered, and everybody from Sweet and Sour is moving away.
They have.
30 seconds left.
They're just letting OnlyFins expend utility and time to gather the spike.
There's 20
Like
seconds,
we
I don't
said,
know how they get there.
Time is of essence. Feekin will be tasked with bringing the spike to the right position. Never mind, no,
Feekin, you
Nixon's
got
got
the
himself
spike.
from the shadows.
Oh, the Omen's gonna get it. Oh my god, I panicked so hard.
Exactly.
Then. I don't know what
Picked up.
finished for Melons, but I was screaming it there for a second.
Well, Taishi said watermelons as he makes sure he throws them on OnlyFins' heads. And we're looking at overtime of Ascent, second map of this series. These two teams do not want to get eliminated.
I panicked hard there. And I'm pretty sure so did OnlyFins. Sweet and Sour, just that kill was everything.
One enemy remaining.
Down a player. Sweet and Sour's had the advantage early, lost it in a 4v4. And yeah, like you said, Tempo has been unreal on this map, and he's brought us to overtime here. Said that 4 rounds might be enough for Sweet and Sour's attacking side, and has brought us all this way. No ultimates to consistently rely on for either team.
Here.
Just have to have the better game plan. Sweet and Sour have another opportunity on Abyss if they need to. OnlyFins, if they lose this map, they are not only out of the tournament, but their year is done.
It is. Difficult year it has been. Ups and downs. I can say the same for Sweet and Sour. It's been a journey. Challenges North greeting us with plenty of stories of all of these players making the limelight, their debuts into Tier 2, and now on the verge of being eliminated or a step away of the lower bracket finals. The site of B is elected by Sweet and Sour as they start to walk in. 2 defending at the back of it, and one of them is Feekin, who's mighty dangerous, but Yasmu can't find the same impact. It's Sweet and Sour on top, and with Ticey continuing his reign, might have another say at this. Nixon finding an extra shot, and he stabilized the scales.
He bought a bit of time, he bought a bit of space, and he also made sure that the defenders used the KO knife towards mid instead of on site. The Sweet and Sour have a lot of space to play with and a lot of angles that aren't going to get cleared.
OnlyFins making a lot of noise, and Ticey not being checked could be everything for them. No one is looking in his direction, could allow 1 free kill. Now all he has to do is save himself his life, and he can be the extra guarantee as OnlyFins can't spare attention in 2 directions simultaneously, but Ticey ends up dropping Harpy as well fairly quickly, but there's no time on defusing the spike. Creamy, all he has to do is stay alive.
I think.
And there may be just enough time for the defuse, and there is!
Oh my god.
0.07 seconds puts OnlyFins on yet another match point.
Oh, it's as close as it could possibly be. And OnlyFins, they just had to barrel in onto site. Sweet and Sour did such a good job of buying time, tempo in mid. but just the kills. Is it Halfbeat that was sort of playing in the plant spot? Right below the player, a crazy flick from Ale. Ridiculous that OnlyFins were able to even consider doing this. 1 HP Ale as well, so even if we saw like Creamy just peeking, shooting that general direction, sneeze in that general direction, you get him and you win it.
Oh, it's so fast with this pace. They want to make sure that Sweet and Sour don't have enough time to react, but they are still 2 players to the back of the site. And Sweet and Sour approach quickly. Yesmu's finding an open angle. That's a first free kill, but Famzam won't be left untraded. Odin's shot does damage to Ale. Not enough for the pickup, but Sweet and Sour, they're going to have to make it work here to stay in the game again. And Heartbeat, the leader of this team, has been able to be the first to draw things up. Paranoia, it's so strong, I think it catches all 3. Is that the opportunity Sweet and Sour need to move in? And Heartbeat seizes that to get a double kill, maybe even a quadra by the end. A heroic effort by Heartbeat to keep Sweet and Sour in the map.
Yeah, makes up for the last round a little bit, brings us to the second round of OT. And it got nervous there. OnlyFins found their way onto the B site. We're getting a nice couple of kills. And just the discipline. Ticey's there with the operator on defense, hoping that somebody peeks into him. Just oversteps the mark, but the stoicism from this OnlyFins team. They all hold the line, but they all get hit by that paranoia like you mentioned. All of them tucked in. Means that they all kind of got punished for it. Been a lot of defensive rounds. There's been a lot of diffusers today on this map and the last.
Yeah.
LT's giving us no differences there. Sweet and Sour attacking again.
They are indeed, but this time, set the tone a little bit more quiet. Turn down that knob. And we enter the second round of OT. It's only Famzam towards that right-hand side, causing some angst in the ranks of OnlyFins with the Aldrin sent out, but the rest of the team, they've got their sights on B. We'll do that.
At least temporarily. This setup for OnlyFins is dedicated towards A. But the Omen with the paranoia, the operator watching shot too. Yes, he's had a couple of good lineups, but OnlyFins are pretty much prepped to go into what Sweet and Sour are about to send in here. Doesn't mean that they're going to sort of win this out. The smoke is going to give it away. The mollies come through. Ticey dashing in. Recon's great, especially with Yesmu's
No
own.
way.
He mows 3 down.
It's absolutely spectacular by Yesmu. First the Recon and then the Odin spray down.
30 seconds left.
Gives OnlyFins a third chance here to close out Ascent. The Hunter's Fury by the end to secure a 4th kill, and the smiles on the OnlyFins camp shows one thing. They are determined to close out this map for themselves.
Yeah, they just seem a little bit more alive. Just even the body language of Nick Soon from the last map to this one. They were just set up perfectly to deal with that. Usually you see teams go to OT and sort of be flying by the seat of their pants almost. But here the XQ comes in, the Hunter's Fury just confirms that final kill. The defense streak continues.
It does indeed. But will it once again? Can OnlyFins secure it? They've been given a lot of these chances, and at some point, they won't have these chances. Right? At some point, Sweet and Sour will find the answer on the attacking side. So they've got to take it while they can. Oh, great spot from the KO daggers. I think that's 4 connected onto.
Got Ticey with an interesting spot again. Both ops have been in pretty creative positions in OT thus far. And at least starting off the round looking like the attackers can be any further away from them. But here, Ticey is about to run into 2 players with the spike, but nobody is with him. Nobody can help him get out of this spot. It's all on him.
Oh dear. And it's Ali to check that corner. The collateral couldn't be better of a scenario for Sweet and Sour right now. Beacon and Snowy to do it all by themselves. The spike nowhere to be found. Another round of overtime destined in this game.
It quite literally couldn't have lined up better for Ticey there. It was all on him, and OnlyFins literally lined up for him to get it. It was their one win condition, I think, for Sweet and Sour to keep control of this round. And you can even see OnlyFins predicting it. They're setting up to 1, 2, 3 peak together, but just one of them doesn't go wide. Icy gets the best timing. He's almost on 30 kills this map alone.
He's been incredible. Not only this map and the previous series, Ryan. Look, it feels like the first team to win an attacking round is the team to win this map as a whole. That's it.
Sweet and Sour playing at pace yet again, forcing out a lot of good utility with the KO knives, the Eldrin, and the Recon now. So OnlyFins for the next 30 seconds or so, kind of flying blind. Icy's going to keep doing that pressure towards top mid. Everybody else actually going to gang up on Nick soon.
Might be a good decision here because he is isolated, no much help, but his paranoids have been spot on, and they are again. Ticey looking to see if he can find the impact he did on the defensive side now on attack. Beacon and Logs hasn't quite been spotted, and the shot comes through from him to keep things doable. Still, the B-side cross has been permitted. Snowy can't find a trade. Can Sweet and Sour hold on to the site?
Creamy's one away from having a null command. It's tricky now. OnlyFins have to clear everything because they know that Sweet and Sour could be on any angle. They love to be aggressive. They love to be creative.
Cover going out.
Snowy has both of his flashes. Best case scenario for them. Flash comes out first. I don't think they've quite spotted where Tempo is. He's going to be patient with holding down that line. And he's even got friends at place as well. Halfbeat moves in, and Creamy does to close out that angle. Sweet and Sour are the first team on this OT to win an attacking round. Can they close it all out?
Pretty much first attacking round for quite some time. OnlyFins, you could have a timeout here. Basically, you're getting an extra one for OT. And so far, it feels that OnlyFins have done well to keep the momentum in their favor, really make it count. But now, there's a lot of pressure on you to win an attacking round, which you didn't win that many of. Everybody grouped up in B main, going together. Ticey takes a shot, but just narrowly misses.
So far, it's been a story of OnlyFins trying to take it to Abyss, but this now is a story of Sweet and Sour eliminating OnlyFins from Challengers North, calling it a day into the Shadow Realm. But all they have to do here is a successful retake. Paranoid falls in. OnlyFins falls to the back of the site, apart from Beacon, who gets spotted and taken down. 4 versus 4, as Yesmu keeps things even. I'm trying to give him some extra, otherwise you'll be a victim of highly close to the man. You can bring the punch, and still, as a first shot, and it's even tightly to save the day. And Sweet and Sour remain in Challengers North.
Yeah, a bit staggered there in moments. But Sweet and Sour, they do it. This match that we've seen consistently, the most common fixture that we've had in Polaris this year. It's 4-1 total for Sweet and Sour. They go to the losers bracket final tomorrow. And OnlyFins' yearly subscription is done for 2024 at the very least. It was a good effort, a good fight back, and at least you went down fighting instead of like the previous map. But it's still Sweet and Sour showing up another top 3 finish, at least for them in stage 2, and still a chance to make Ascension for them.
Yeah, about a top 3 finish for Sweet and Sour. It's about making Ascension, and they might just have a chance to do that by getting a next win against the lost team of Apex against Requiem that will be played out later today. But yeah, you've got to give kudos for OnlyFins with their journey this season. They've had ups and downs. People have said, sure, they could be barely a playoffs contender. They were more than that, right? Top 3 finish in the previous split and top 4 finish this time around. I'm sure the analyst desk will be breaking everything down after this short break. We'll be back very soon.
gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
While the Mostly Finns were mostly better on map number 2, unfortunately enough for them, it wasn't enough this time around, which seems to be the story of their split and where their story ends in 2024. Sweet and Sour winning for only the second time in this head-to-head across the 8 best of 3s that they've now played, and again, it comes in a 2-0 fashion, Twiggy.
Yeah, I think if you look on paper at the way these two teams stacked up against each other today, you know, let's disregard the rest of the year, you know, just today, the way they've been playing over the past couple of weeks, I do think Sweet and Sour come away with that kind of, the impression that they would be winning this game. Only Finns, again, they looked good, but they just didn't look quite well drilled enough, and it showed, you know, Ticey getting a 30k aside, the team looked really cohesive, Sweet and Sour, and I think that really goes in their favor.
100% on the comeback as well, through the defender's side, being on the receiving end of an 8-4 half, pistols as well, something to consider. We spoke so much about momentum before, and it only counts for one thing. We were sort of suggesting that whoever had the defender's side first would be the team to take it home. But again, the only Finns which you've seen throughout the second split, which have struggled to bring home these results that they put up in the opening 12 rounds, reared its ugly head, which is unfortunate because, again, inconsistency has always been a thing with these guys, but when it pops up in a situation such as this, it's disheartening.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, these guys, they have some skill, and I think when we talked about them during that game, and we were like, you know, individually these guys are great. It just doesn't seem like it's the right roster. You know, it's not that they play badly. It's not that they don't gel well. It's just that it's not quite good enough for the level of play that we're seeing here. And I don't think that's a symptom of any lack of skill from any player. It's just not right.
And well, look, they're not the only team that's made changes. The one that ultimately takes the win and moves on to our lower bracket final is Sweet and Sour, and we can hear from the man in control of the ship, who jumped ships from that of the green and black Metasport. Hearthbeat looking in a very happy mood after what wasn't the best of days yesterday. What can you say changed to get a result against a team which historically you guys haven't always been able to beat?
Well, I think it's just today is a different SNS. It's complete different mindset. We understood instantly what happened against the Requiem, how we lost that. And we understood we were lacking comms, plans. It was like almost we were getting froze or something. Today we went in with a completely different mind. Also, we had tempo back, which even though he's really sick right now and he's coughing during mid rounds, it's, you know, it's like a different vibe. You have your team together. It's just something different.
Yeah, I was going to ask, obviously, you know, with the changes that have gone through with the subs and Tempo's illness, you know, has there been a way that you've had to play differently? Was today just going back to being comfortable, or did you have to make other changes to kind of fit Lime in and now get Tempo back into the swing of things?
Well, of course, I don't have to explain more stuff for anyone. You know, if I'm calling a certain strategy, it's not like, Lime, you're doing this, like, it just shortens the pre-buy. We have more time to talk about stuff, even though like yesterday Lime played really good. Having tempo in just shortens a lot of like timings in general, and we just were comfortable, and we had as I said, different mindset for today.
Right, yeah, and you say you had a different mindset. You guys looked incredibly well drilled on retakes, on defense, on both maps. Is that like something that you felt in the server? Is it something you've been focusing on, or is that just, I think, symptomatic of your good mechanics as a team?
We talked about it. Like yesterday, we lost so many retakes, so many post-plan situations. We were in advantage most of the times, and then he was slipping away. And we're like, guys, what's happening? And we went through everything, and we're like, okay, this is the issue. We're not talking there. We're not making plan there. Let's bring it into the match against Olifins, and I mean, I'd say it shows.
When we spoke halfway through Split 1, if you remember, one of the things that I brought you up on was duelists and having effective communication with them. Everyone knows Tycee is a very vocal player, and he looked a lot more effective today. You mentioned the calling there. In terms of that balance between you two, what do you think you got right today?
I'd say the biggest thing we did today, but also in general the past weeks, is that me and Tycee found the right balance. Of course, he's the duelist, and he's also like a very vocal guy. So I between these 2 months and this, especially in these last days, I'm like, I need to give him the right space for him to call, because then he get the feeling of the game. And if he can feel the game, like, guys, I want to pick B, I want to do this, I want to do that, you know, I just need to build around him. There's nothing else to do really. That it's on a silver plate.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, you guys looked really good with some of those set pieces as well. The retakes, very organised, and it's nice to hear that you've made those improvements. But a team which can also be equally as effective in the mid-round especially, we saw it yesterday, is Requiem. I don't want to lean in too heavily to say that they'll be your opponent in that lower bracket final, but if Apex track record continues as so many people know that it is likely to, how do you feel if they were to be your opponents? I know we sort of jinxed it a little bit yesterday, Twiggy, with Molsey saying that would be the game up ahead for those guys, but Hearthbeat, if you were to just sum it up quickly for us, into that match, what changes do you think you could make if you can let on any of that?
I mean, I'm not gonna say much about that, but
sure.
I will just say that we hope that Requiem comes to us, because we certainly want our revenge. This lower bracket run is just what feels right. Now we have tempo together. We're gonna go through every single team one at a time, and we're gonna end this win.
And one final question then as well. Something that people were maybe a little bit critical of you guys before was the fact that whenever it looked like you'd get that last little win to really cement yourself as the second place team, it wouldn't quite fall into place. It would be those lower bracket runs, for example. Do you think that it perhaps gives you a little bit of extra momentum to play a few more officials, or would you prefer the comfortable lifestyle of through the upper bracket and sort of playing the teams that you expect to play in those Apex matches?
My philosophy is that official games are kind of like cheat codes. You have to improve. It's where you really show up and you can see your real mistakes, that kind of stuff. So in my opinion, playing more is always better. Because we're going to play this many matches in the lower bracket, we're actually going to become way better day by day. So I think it's going to be scary for the other teams that we're in lower bracket.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you guys improve from week to week, and we can only hope that that will continue onwards into the top 3. So congratulations on the result,
Thank you.
Halfbeat, and hopefully we'll hear from you again soon.
See you tomorrow, boys.
See you. I mean, look, he's already said that we're going to see him tomorrow,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
fair enough. We do have the player highlight here for Nixun, the IGL, on the opposite side. Was there anything you wanted to mention quickly, Twiggy, before we head on over to saying our goodbyes to this OnlyFins team, which have been with us for the entirety of the year so far?
I mean, look, the thing is, right, OnlyFins have looked good, and they haven't made many changes, and I think that is the thing with this league, is it's been constantly evolving all throughout this season, all throughout this year, specifically. You know, we started out with it just being kind of one team at the top last year, and everything being very non-competitive, and we've got to the point where we've got a lot of teams at the top, and you need to evolve quickly, and I think for OnlyFins, really, they got stuck in a little bit of a rut, and that is not a terrible thing. They are a good team that just need a little bit extra. And, you know, look, we found that in some other teams such as Requiem, such as Sweet and Sour, the kind of new kids on the block. And I think, you know, OnlyFins do need a little bit of a change. Maybe let's get, well, maybe let's keep the Finnish identity, but I think, yeah, look, the guys gave it the best shot, but I think if you're content being a mid-table team, it's fine. If they want to get up towards the top 3, they do need to make something different happen.
That's the question. How can you possibly look to improve? I think in that pursuit to really establish themselves in the top 3 and maybe even be challenging the Apex of the world, we've seen a slight drop-off. It's that increase of the ceiling with how well Ale has been at times and lowering the floor to a level where that inconsistency does come back to bite them. One of the big things that we spoke about was Nixun individually, and when he's playing well, the rest of the team's playing well. Pavlos said it on cast, not only today, but you know, in previous discussions that we had between us as well. And I think one of the reasons why we saw that was they were a little bit looser on this map at times. You know, that playing off of one another with a sense of comfortability, which I can't say we see too often, but also Nixun kind of deciding, okay, I have the ability to frag, let me not overcom here and actually just get stuck in a little bit more. Would you think that's a fair assumption to make?
Yeah, for sure. I think, honestly, when they have their backs up against the wall, I do think Nixun is the player that comes out and tries to push back against them. And he's been a bit of a highlight player. Obviously, I think we've seen a lot of controllers be quite highlight players when they're able to go off on their own and stake their own paths. And I think a lot of the time, if your duelist, I'm not going to say isn't showing up, obviously the duelists did show up on both teams today, but you know, when you need that little bit extra, I think it's good that Nixun has that power to be able to go, okay, let's kick it into second gear and let's try again.
This one was always going to come down to the defender's side, so we will quickly show one of the rounds, round number 7, where, again, it's those ideas that we've already mentioned, Nixun calling the shots, and playing off of his teammates in a way which, again, feels a little bit more natural here. You can see pushing up alongside Snowy, the calls for utility that they make, and as we said before, you look at OnlyFins here as being a team which were joint first with both Sweet and Sour and Apex for their offensive win percentages coming into play-ins, and a team which yesterday didn't win a single defensive round on Abyss against Apex. So I think that was one of the examples where you could see they were being a little bit more scrappy and it worked out for them. The other side of the coin is when we started to get into comeback territory for Sweet and Sour, and it felt like they lost their heads a little bit, Twiggy.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the difference difference that we've seen, at least over these two maps with these two teams, is that Sweet and Sour are very much able to stay calm and be able to kind of keep their heads level. We saw it at the first half of in fact, we saw it yesterday with OnlyFins versus Apex, where it just kind of felt like they fell off a cliff after the first 5 rounds of Apex doing incredibly well and getting rounds that they feel as if they shouldn't. I think the same thing happened in map 1 today. I think the same thing happened towards overtime in map 2.
Look, that was the thing. The big turning point was by the time we got to overtime, but just before that arrived, round 24, I think, could not symbolize better the trajectory that the second half took. You look at this situation in mid and how open things were, Twiggy. Just the fights being taken say so much about both teams' approach.
Yeah, I think at this point we were kind of going, you know, there's so much defaulting going on for this team, for OnlyFins here, and it just feels like they're not willing to take the engagement in the same way that a team like Sweet and Sour are. They're not playing off of each other as much, they're not getting as many trades. Somebody dies alone in mid, there's nobody close enough by to be able to peek out of a smoke and get a trade onto any of the Sweet and Sour players who are happy to fall back and just re-aggress towards A main here.
Yeah, it's like live by the sword, die by the sword. Halfbeat goes down in main, and then immediately you're looking at that re-aggression back towards mid that Sweet and Sour ended up offering. Tempo, 1 from Market. You'll get that creamy peek through in just a second, and actually we skip ahead to even the post plant. By that point, Sweet and Sour can then play as a team and flood because they already got the advantages that they needed. One of the criticisms we had of OnlyFins yesterday on Haven against Apex is that they were taking risks, but not risks that they needed to, more ones that were forced from a sense of lack of confidence, or at least misplaced confidence against a team that you know can punish you.
Yeah, I think so. You know, these are small kind of errors and small kind of... I feel like these are fundamental plays that are the problem a lot of the time. It's their... I don't know. I don't want to like put kind of thoughts in their heads, but maybe overthinking the grand strategy of a game and then going in mid-round, I don't know what to do. I'm not sure like where we should be diverting our attention to, and you're left with 5 people doing their own thing and not a lot of trades being killed all over the map.
Yeah, as we said before, and as it was mentioned on the interview by Halfbeat, plan creation is so important, and a focus on mid-round for a lot of the teams in this league will be something that they want to improve on from week to week, month to month, but unfortunately the calendar year for OnlyFins will be ending here, at least in Challengers. In terms of plan creation, I've got a bright idea. How does an upper bracket final sound to you, Twiggy?
Well, you just started doing the... the upper bracket final. Yeah, to be fair, it is that kind of matchup. You know, Apex versus Requiem. We've got a team that has solidified itself in Polaris so far in Apex, a team with insane amounts of experience and such great players. But then we've got kind of the new kids on the block. We got Requiem, who only just joined, made their way up from tier 3, and are now heading towards the top 2 in the league.
I mean, look, when you say it like that, it sounds good, doesn't it? We're not going to hold you for any longer. This one's going to head over to a break. But when we return, getting into the analysis and the all-important upper bracket final, a win for either team will at least confirm play-ins. And for Requiem, well, they'll be living on a dream if that's the case.
Can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't put you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me. Whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling.
Welcome back to Challengers North Polaris. The lower bracket has begun, and with that we say goodbye to OnlyFins. Now, looking onwards and upwards, a chance for our young hopefuls, our new joiners from the Split 2, taking to the playoffs for the first time, something that we've never seen from a team before, and now uncharted territory for Apex. They're still undefeated as an organization across playoffs for the last 2 years, but Requiem haven't played them full strength, Twiggy, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Apex seem to have an overdrive button. You know, they're able, well, on LAN, in boot camp, they're able to, when they're all together in the same room, just go, okay, we're not losing anymore. And although they did have a bit of a tough time on Abyss, you can kind of forgive that. It's Abyss, it's a new map. They weren't sure what to expect when they came up against OnlyFins, so I'm not sure we could have expected much more than what we got, which was, in the end, a 13-8, 13-7, something like that, which is still a solid result. These guys are incredibly impressive. They've had their dips during the season, but that's more due to kind of, you know, inter-team stuff going on. There was a lot of uncertainty about some players in the team. And now, yeah, I don't know. Once they're in the same room, I can't see them losing this game, but there's a possibility. They're not invincible. Let's say that.
For sure. I think that was a really important moment in the trajectory of this Apex team, taking that loss. So many people had their own thoughts about the strength and competitiveness of Polaris this year, and whether the midfield has lived up to your expectations or not. The simple answer is yes, it has been, you know, very, very hard to call at the best of times. Apex have been head and shoulders above. They broke records in Split 1 by failing to drop a single map. However, defeats in certain situations and nearly throwing it away against names such as Formulation, complete collapses against Sweet and Sour in a matter of 2 weeks, alongside those rumours that were circulating, did put quite a lot of stress on their shoulders. But as you say, if there's no land to go to, they'll bring the land to themselves, and it's that different beast now which has already shown up, only losing 8 rounds yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as Kelly Clarkson said, you know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, man. And for Apex, it does seem that way. You know, I don't think that after their loss immediately they were just an insane team that weren't dropping any rounds. But, you know, the whole end of the regular season was a little shaky for them. But now that they've got together, I mean, that first map against OnlyFins was peak Apex, right? That was 13-3. It's 13-1. What am I talking about? They barely even lost a round. It was insane, and oh my god, that is a 240p view of the room. But I feel like we're bringing back the early 2000s LAN vibes here. This is good.
This is what you love to see, and this is peak Apex in the best possible example I think we can get. 5 minutes before the game is starting, the team huddle begins, and as always, it's just so characteristic of these guys. I was fortunate enough to go to Ascension last year, and the vibes are very much the same from team to team. It's a family atmosphere, it's a shared philosophy, and the fact that everyone is back on the same page, forget about the two-way partnership, Liquid season's over, Soulcast is going to be playing here regardless of what happens. And I think it's so important that they have this individual here. He's the Split 1 MVP, Kayak's just got the Split 2 MVP, and when you consider what this player with so much experience brings to the team, just the value in terms of communications, team culture, you see it from the content that they put out. So central. With Kayak riding off the back of it, I think you want Soulcast here to sort of help prop up the young gun, as good as he is.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you do have the option to have squad depth like that, have a member that has a lot of experience, is able to kind of live coach members, and then you have something like Kayak, like Apex are so great at doing, just finding cracked new kind of duelist players. You're able to create this kind of synergy that is absolutely brilliant as long as there is good chemistry between the players, and that is undeniable for Apex. And Kayak has had this absolute, I don't know, a maturity develop over the season as he's become an even better duelist as well.
Yeah. Speaking about Requiem, in many ways, they are an outlier in this top 4, with 3 of the 4 teams remaining to be the same. This is their debut, not only in North, but as at a challengers level. None of these players have recorded performances here before, and that makes it all the more interesting. It also means it's a new matchup, where Apex have faced OnlyFins and Sweet and Sour combined 8 times. It was once against a developing Requiem without their IGL in the opening week. So much has gone on since then, and one of the main standout names has been Harambe. His individual performance over the last few has skyrocketed, and it could not have come at a better time.
Yeah, and look, as long as we're talking about duelist matchup are such an important part of Polaris right now, and I think that is why we're seeing this matchup in the upper bracket here of the playoffs, is that Harambe is a very similar kind of duelist to Kayak. Might not have the same kind of leadership on his team as a Soulcast, but is able to kind of self-learn the same kind of things, and he's been doing incredibly well. I'm excited to see if on this big stage he can bring the heat to Kayak and make his life a bit more difficult.
100%. Something we were saying a lot about Harambe was those first engagements, but I feel like now he's staying alive a lot longer, adding more clutches to his game, and if you talk in terms of agent depth, it's been a lot more raised that we've got out of him recently than anything else. So on brand, on meta, and just look at this. The series streak that these guys are on right now is ridiculous. We can only fit 4 on the graphic, the same way that we were talking about Sweet and Sour and OnlyFins' long history earlier. But the fact of the matter is, they've only lost 1 series with Ianto in the roster. Again, they did take a loss against NXT, but that was quickly made up for in the play-in stage. And with Ianto in the team, as I said before, it's been pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, you can say what you want about the quality of the teams that they were playing in the play-ins to get through to this stage, but it's undeniable that they had an absolutely incredible run. They have obviously learned from their time in the regular season. They've learned incredibly quickly. Keep in mind, this team is by far the newest team in the league. They haven't had the experience playing against the teams that everybody else has had. Requiem has had to learn on the fly, and they've done just that. It's so impressive where they are already. If they manage to even get a map against Apex, I am I feel like I'm proud of this team on a base level,
They came close at their first attempt on Icebox, and that remains in the pool for now. First couple of bans coming in on the veto, and hey, that's where we'll be headed. I think as well, something to mention from what you've said, they've beaten Sweet and Sour twice in as many games, but this is that much taller of a task. Simply put, because of that lack of experience that we were talking about, Haven the next that comes through, that will be Apex pick this time, where they took it off OnlyFins in their last series.
Yeah, I think you got to look at it like this. The team that beat Apex, Sweet and Sour, they've been around for a little longer. So the fact that they managed to get that off of playing Apex a few times already, several times in a playoff scenario in Split 1. And so I think, there's a part of it is learning how Apex play and being able to react to it. Because it's not, you don't really play anything else but reactively against Apex. They're going to set the pace. You have to react based off of them. And for Requiem, I think the biggest hurdle is going to be the fact that they haven't played against Apex all that much.
No, they haven't at all, right? It's just that one best of 3 that you're thinking about. And right now, with the stakes as they are, Ascension playing spot guaranteed on the line. And if you are Requiem to pull off that result, I think you've already achieved your goal, it would be fair to say, when you consider the stature of both of these rosters, a change in terms of the agents that we get on Icebox to kick things off. Remembering Abyss, that one map left over, that one map which both teams are undefeated on thus far.
Yeah, running Omen Harbor on this one. No Viper to speak of with it, so I'm interested to see how this will work out. Obviously, Apex running a very comfort comp, the thing that they've been running for a long time, and the thing that everybody has been running for a long time. It works for them. I think Requiem do need something a little slightly off meta to help them get something against this team.
they moved away from playing Icebox as much as they did at the start of the split as well. And again, I think that also links heavily to Harambe's performance. On the Jet, he didn't look comfortable at times on this map, so maybe Omen is exactly what he needs. Gotta remember, lots of teams tried double controller and failed. The only team which really made it work is Apex. Are they gonna have their own medicine used against them here? We'll have to see. What a place it would be to do it, and what a game we have on our hands. No two better names to take you through it than Ryan and Pavlos.
Thank you very much, Hazza. And to add to what many teams have tried to do is beating Apex, but also in this circumstance, not many have managed to do it. Requiem is one of those teams, but they weren't in their best form when they competed against them. Missing their IGL Ianto in the process. Is now, Ryan, the time where they can do it in the upper bracket finals?
Yeah, and back then they played a pretty weird comp with the likes of Reina and stuff, and even then it was a 13-8 scoreline, so I don't think this is a series, definitely not a map that Apex should take lightly, especially now that you've got Requiem changing up their composition a bit more to be Viperless, almost like FPX-esque again, by playing the Harbor and Viper in place. Not quite triple controller, but enough of an interesting comp that Apex need to adapt quickly. And that's been their only weakness, is sometimes they've kind of let the game get away from them a little bit before timeouts have come in. Here, they're attacking first. It's the side that they chose. Requiem wanting to really do some damage on Apex's map that they've only lost once out of 12 times, I think it's been.
Well, Apex in their previous playoffs match, they've only lost one single attacking round, and the attacking side is where they are starting now, so Requiem have got a task ahead of them to try and deal with. It is going to be Apex umping up the pressure, moving in very quickly through into Kitchen. Now, there are a couple of spread out players that Requiem could try and take on, but a Toba to deal with a 3 all by himself.
Apex just got boxed in. Had the Harbor there to support. Toba's not done. He's going for more. The right-click classic has been swapped out for the Sheriff. You've got 3 players fighting in mid and 2 wrapping around from B main.
I feel those shots from Toba was in a boxing ring. An uppercut, a punch to the face, a kick to the gut, and that's 3 kills, ending up with the round for Requiem. The pace is on. Now, something to note for Requiem. They have joined this league this very season. Yep. This is not their second season, and they've already made playoffs, surprised everyone, but they're also doing great, beating teams many thought wouldn't be possible, but they're doing great. And if there's any team to make any spoil in playoffs, it would be Requiem.
Requiem not really dropped that many series. Even winning against Sweet and Sour, the only other team left in this tournament at this rate. Requiem, top 2 finish, Ascension play-ins would be crazy.
Wouldn't it?
Harambe, the duelist swapping over to the Omen for this one. Getting a couple of kills before he's traded by Soulcast. I don't think the Guardian kept on the high ground. It might be just behind yellow. But still, peppered up good damage from Requiem. And a fast reaction again. Just Harbor allowing him to control mid means that these rotations are lickety-split. They're so quick.
It's not an easy composition to pull off. It requires a lot of, cohesion with your team when you're cycling up that utility, when you're trying to create that space and take it up together. It's basically manipulating the map the way you want to. Sometimes you can get ahead of yourself and get things wrong. Toba cleans things up really nicely there. 3 kills to his name. Requiem not really struggling for the first couple of rounds.
No, not at all. I mean, you said getting ahead of yourselves as Toba peeks into 2 players through a Viper wall on his own.
That's
you got players
second triple.
Look at the minimap. He's still got players trying to get there over to him, and he's like, no, I'm still going.
Yeah, sure. It's his second triple of the game. 2 rounds in. Not too bad.
Might get Toba summer holidays buffs as well, because being able to practice a lot more.
True.
But there also has been Requiem, I think, playing a lot in Epic Line is what Hazza was saying, right? So
really?
Harambe broke his wrist apparently, but it seems to be fine now.
Ooh, dear me.
I'm just going off their video. A video that you liked on Twitter, so I would have assumed that you watched it,
How did you know if I liked a video on Twitter? Don't they
because
hide the things
Hazza
anymore?
played it out.
Ah. I probably watched it. I have a short-term memory loss. Something like that.
I mean, the fact that you have Sweet and Sour and Requiem 2 out of the top 3 teams. If, I don't want to jinx it, touch wood, if Apex qualify via Ascension next year, means that Polaris is, talent-wise, so open for another region to come in and do some work. And I think having Sweet and Sour and Requiem as top contenders here is a good one, but Apex, with the full buy against the bonus now, the plant has gone in as a full 5v5. Not much for Requiem to work with.
Molzy, up close and personal in this action. Deck try to push forwards to try and change their luck in this round. Spice things up a little bit, giving a better fighting chance, but it's going to be a flawless round for Apex to find themselves on the board.
Apex Bootcamp's doing a lot, not only to just give them a little bit more to work with for playoffs and potential Ascension play-ins if they finish second in this main event, but also I think it's done well from speaking to Evolver, just at making sure that the team keeps like committed, that they focus on the right things, that they are able to work hard and really shut down some of the mistakes that they've been making throughout this stage, because there've been a lot more. But also, to be brutally honest, probably avoiding burnout, because it's a shorter season,
Right there.
Tier 1 and Tier 2. There's a lot more blocked into it, a lot less rest in between stages. And when you get so used to winning, you might get a little bit complacent. So Apex have tried to make sure that they keep their foot on the gas, but also that they do pace themselves.
I like how Requiem are trying to put ants in Apex's pants here, make it a little bit more comfortable for them setting up, but it might be too costly losing Soaring. Deck is out into the open. Yanto doing work. It's actually starting to pay off for the newcomers of Challengers North. 2 remaining for Apex as they try to bring it around. Kayak doing his own work. Harambe repositions, having a higher elevated ground. Smoke allows Kayak to cross even forwards, but Deck is concealed. They've got no clue. Kayak does get one in return, so it leaves Solkas in the hot seat. You wouldn't want anybody else other than Solkas to be in the most influential position.
30 seconds left.
1 down, 1 to go. Oh no! The timing, Harambe wasn't looking in the right direction. Solkas is going to do the same thing he did to the player before. He'll do it to Harambe. That's the clutch for Solkas and the round for Apex.
He might be just as cold as the environment around him now that he's in Norway on this boot camp. But regardless of whether it's for Ascension for Apex or not, Solkas seems to be vying for Tier 1 again. And this is around where, like, Requiem here in a 4v2, I think. Kayak shot there. He made the Guardian look like a vandal with that flick down. And Solkas just plays that to perfection on a role that he has been criticized on since 2020. That main initiator playing Silver, stuff like that. He's become a lot flexible, but his Silver's got hell of a lot better since.
However, might be in trouble. He's the only player with a sheriff, but he doesn't mind to lose it. Dagger spotting presence, trying to go for the kill, but there's more players where that one came from, and a gun has just been upgraded to Buggy, and this close angle will be perfect for Evolver. This is absolutely absurd. Evolver, stop it! Oh, he's making this look way too easy.
He's got 4k. He could have bought, but he's just like, nah, I'm just gonna give myself something to do on B main.
He doesn't need it. It's as simple as that, Ryan. Oh, and Soto injury might be the ace. Oh no, not quite. A quadra though.
He had nothing. It makes no sense why he didn't have a buy.
Goodness me. I've got a stat to point out to you in now that we're talking about Evolver here, Ryan. I don't know what you call it, but you know the stat that which cross-references kills, assists, and what is it? Time alive? I think it's. Oh no. Yeah, kills and assists. In contrast to, basically, it's impact to death ratio.
Okay.
The fact that Evolver is most alive makes him use his utility perfectly, lines up his players for success. He's done that the best in this entire league. By far, no one matches it. He's had the most impact per death, and he's been absolutely nuts. Deck is
destroying
things to Apex. Yeah.
I mean, it's working well. Like, this Harbor is like playing it to a T. Like, this is like the most common default we've seen from Requiem, and it's just taking mid control so nicely. Not quite done and dusted yet, but now that Soulcast is down, there's a resurrect for Molsey, but Soulcast has died up on the high ground. Might want to save it for next, because he's currently in a 1 versus 5.
Molsey. Could he bring it back? He might be able to do so and finds another point to take that fight. Toba had no chance. Requiem haven't had a clue of where that came from. And Molsey might even be able to back out and reposition again. Harambe's got a good read, but Molsey's got a better one. So many players to highlight from Apex. Molsey's fallen under the radar, but for this one, he might just be the star of the show! A 1v5 clutch for Molsey!
1v5. He had the res. He didn't even need it. Soulcast is just watching like, you could bring me back. He's like, nah, I don't need it. A crazy round. It felt like Apex. I mean, there's nothing to say. No surprise that Requiem would take a timeout after that. That is ludicrous.
He had no business winning that round.
That shot's almost the most impressive.
That's going to leave Requiem scratching their heads. Or put them in complete silence.
Sora's turned his camera off.
That's enough.
The fridge that's usually in his background, he's thrown it down. It's like on its side.
Remember what we said and what the analyst desk pointed out as well? Apex, they are looking back in form. Sure,
They're
they had a
taking
bit
no
of a
prisoners.
hiatus, but yeah.
That's exactly what you want to see, though. Like,
Yeah.
it did feel like they did kind of let it slip a little bit. Even this first series, that it was the first series for both these teams this stage for Apex versus Requiem.
Yeah.
Even then, it did feel like Apex, after winning stage 1, undefeated in maps, still at that point throughout the whole year, kind of just letting things slide here. But how much of losing a 1v5 is Apex and Molsey versus Requiem making a mistake?
You know, the funny thing is they only invested into 4 rifles again this time, but Kayak picks up Molsey's. Did Kayak just use blades? Is that why? Didn't quite catch the
I have
audio
it
cue.
activated. There was a blade storm, so yeah.
Yeah, probably.
But like, Molsey's got 8k. Why is he blade storming?
Allows them to be a bit more accurate in the air, perhaps. Go for some acrobatic plays. Still Requiem, they found the early kill. Now, that didn't mean anything the previous round, but it might do this time around. Good idea that the B site is being hit. 3 defenders.
Subtlety's the name of the game here, and it completely surprises Requiem.
Yeah.
You just don't expect that 4 people are going to push up on that angle, and it's looking to be flawless. Mostly, like, Molsey went down early. No, but just for the Marshall, can't get much more than that 1 kill.
The toxic screen looked like the Pandora's box opening. And all chaos broke loose. Yeah. Well, the previous round was quite laboured. This one, quite quick.
There's not much to say, I feel like. It's just... I feel like a 1v5 is kind of like Exodia being summoned in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a golden snitch being grabbed in Quid. It's like, it's done. The series is done.
It's like it doesn't get better from there. Like, how can you beat that? Another 1v5? How do you even beat that? I'm sorry. There are a lot of ultimates here. Requiem have got all 5. 3 for Apex.
Craziest part is that, like, Requiem are not playing this badly. The only stuff that they've won is the pistol in the round following.
You could argue that the 1v5 clutch was also lost as the players weren't united. They thought that a 1v3 would have been enough, but evidently not.
The Havre ultimate's interesting here, though. And still, Soulcast, with everything going on, finds 2.
Bit different. Have over. in risky waters. He's gone and infiltrated the back line, wary of potentially Dex position. He still kills him off, and he gets away from Toba. And the A site is in trouble because Harambe is isolated alone, but he does find one kill, and if he groups up with his teammate soon enough, there might be a chance, but runs out of bullets. Toba, the only player remaining, couldn't stand a chance against Kayak's swing, and it feels like Apex are getting in the swing of things.
Yeah, it just feels in freefall now that we've seen Requiem take a timeout, but they're playing as if they need another one, you know? Like, up until that point, it was a bit more structure, like they're finding the first kill. Here, like, Harambe does a good job, but just not enough ammo to keep fighting there. And that was a round where, like, Requiem have been really good at being proactive there. You've got the Harbor ultimate going across A main, and yet it feels that Requiem aren't in a position to peek and fight off of it, to the point that Soulcast gets 2 kills.
It's rough if you're Requiem right now. And with this round not going their way, potentially, they'll be out of a bye. But they do take matters to their own hands with their push into mid. Apex do respond by amping up the pressure into A. Kayak to lead the charge. Lockdown placed into the ground. They spotted a few too many players to be interested in taking that fight again. So Apex reconsider and double back.
They're going to rotate and run across. I like that Evolve is actually pushing in his position. Wait, how many players got detained?
1, Soulcast.
Well, it was multiple with how grouped up they were, but
it was
Evolve finding this space is crazy. They do clear him.
Finally, right? Evolve has been quite the menace.
Finished.
And Toba holding down the cross in mid is exactly what Requiem needs to be in pole. But can you really relax when Molzy, Kayak, and Soulcast are all alive? All permits a safe plant.
Oh, this Soulcast lurk could be huge too. He has the Hunter's Fury as well, so if he wants to play this super late and just play for the delay the defuse, it's not from a position you expect.
He is the Hunter's Fury. He's hunting behind, as quiet as ever, but he might not even be needed as Kayak has done a lot. Soulcast reveals himself. And he isn't the 1v2, but the spike isn't defused anymore. Runs out of bullets, but he has a lot of utility to play with. Goes for the reload, 1 bullet left. Goes right back in, but there's too many players to fight against. That's 1! And make it 2! Soulcast is here to stay!
What is this game? Oh my...
It's the
Jesus
Apex
Christ
game.
on a bike. This is just descended into... mud. It's mud, but it's nice mud.
Oh yeah, like the mudding that Lewis Litt does in Suits. If you've watched the show.
I have no idea. That just makes the whole situation more confusing. He was so close to getting the defuse.
Yeah.
The thing that is surprising, like Apex are getting pushed off mid so hard from this Harbor utility, but as soon as they get a chance to retake it, they're in. Evolve is fighting. Harambe's just gone for it here with a rifle. Like, Requiem need to get these rounds on the board, so being aggressive here, despite not having the weapons, is a good shout. But Apex is like mid-round adjustments, fighting for mid, trying to find space elsewhere. Does Soulcast lurk? Requiem can't keep on top of this at all. And this is Apex playing the most dull, vanilla composition that you could ever expect, but they're playing it in the most outrageous way.
Toxins going up.
Walls up.
Definitely think that's taken a bit of a creative liberty.
Spike planted.
Right now everybody's just grouped up onto A main. KO Knife's just going to hit onto the Sage. No crazy lurk this time.
Last player standing.
Apex 4 ultimates on the board. Multi's close to having the 5th. Requiem had everything to work with, but slowly but surely those ultimates have been eked out one at a time. Not too much else to work with as we get to the penultimate round of this half. And Apex not needing to use anything. Sort of said that after that 1v5 it was kind of like the Exodia moment, and it has kind of passed that way. Requiem have not picked up a round since.
No, not quite. I hope you can hear me, by the way, Ryan. It seems
I
like
can
the
hear you
broadcast
fine,
can hear
yeah.
me. Unfortunate. Oh, well. Well. Okay, good. Words of affirmation. But that's not very affirmative here for Toba, as Kayak does make sure that he won't be present at the back of this site. Instead, it's Soulcast on the back line as well, to keep things running smoothly for this Apex machine. Go flash to allow Soren to aggress even forwards, but it's the main fight of Deck and Ianto that pays dividends. Is it enough though? Molzy, he's been spotted, telegraphed on the spike already. Some damage done to the wall, but the Hunter's Fury is the one responsible of getting them off the spike. Ianto is the one to get on it. Molzy's spray is just too damn good to let Apex lose any rounds.
Yeah, you can go down to the money is effectively maxed out on Avova and Kayak. And a dominant scoreline like this for Apex's attacking side, funnily enough, isn't too surprising, no matter the team. I guess just the more upsetting thing here for Requiem is you did a lot better when you were without your IGL, and also when you were playing Reyna. Is a little bit closer there, not by much. You start off the stage having to play Jet, Reyna, Clove. Maybe it's an element of Apex not knowing to disrespect their opponent here.
Thanks, Botty. Bomb grenade out.
It's a good shot from Toba to initialize the fight, but it's not like Apex are down a player with a resurrection coming in. There might be a bit of a flank this time, a different approach for Requiem, as they try to take this retake on, though Hype is holding out the right angle to deal with the approaching players. Hayek does end up losing his life early, so it does give Requiem to slowly find their way in, but they're getting diffed left and right and center. Molzy is close to the action, but Ianto's keeping the pressure to the back line. Instead, Apex react by pushing further themselves, taking B for their own. And Soren, his seconds are numbered. And so is his bullets, therefore the reload, but the high-low setup could have gone wrong, but it's just enough to secure double digits by the end of the half.
Oh, I'm having a whale of a time watching this. It makes me miss BCT China. I know it's only been like a week, but it's just that typical, like, great aim. I feel like Apex here are just almost treating it like a scrim, in how they're just biding their time. They're in a 3 versus 1, just making sure that they try and pick this together. Still go slightly wrong.
It's the confidence, though, isn't it? You can feel the confidence right back in Apex's camp. It went missing during Split 2 for a little while, and I think a lot of people were thinking, sure, Apex is still looking like the better team, but not by much, so do they really have chances in Ascension? I think with the match against OnlyFins and the match against Requiem right now is recalibrating our opinion. I think slowly but surely, Northern Europeaners are believing in Apex.
Well, 10-2 half. Apex's defense, funnily enough, might be stronger than their attack based off of form. And this is kind of the scoreline that we saw towards the start of the year for Apex.
Standing ahead.
Towards the end, we saw some more competitive matchups, but this might not be one of them.
Kayak forced out by the Dizzy. Apex have a perfect read of the situation, but it doesn't seem to be making any sense on the server. Soulcast doubles up, and he might even get a triple, gets away with his life. His maneuvering is superb. But Ianto finally deals with him, but they've all been so softened up. Hype can do easy work to clean them all up by the end. And it's just Toba with barely any health on him left. Hype is repositioned again. Toba is right where Hype needed him to be. Only 2 rounds are required by Apex to close out map number 1.
Has to be a force for Requiem here. One of the bigger issues as well is that they didn't plant the spike.
Oh yeah.
No extra credits to work with.
One enemy remaining.
And here, like, I don't know how I feel about Requiem picking a map that Apex have picked the most this year with Icebox. It's like 4 out of 7 chances this stage at least. And Apex have been happy to pick other stuff. Little bits of Sunset, Haven, Abyss, obviously. Requiem came in with a certain idea with this comp, whether it was an anti-strat or just something fresh to bring in. I like the idea, and I think overall the rounds that they've had have been quite successful, but they're just losing out against a god squad.
It really is a god squad. I think you just described it perfectly. There is no match to it. I think for context, anybody joining in on the stream right now, or there's not so much in the know on the tier 2 ecosystem and players in Valorant in Europe for the past couple of years, we've got a VCT EMEA winner, not a Challengers North winner, an EMEA winner of Soulcast here, Avova as well, seasoned in VCT, Molesy and Hype as well, a bunch of experience on their squad, and Kayak, one of the strongest performing duelists, challengers across the EMEA has ever known. Whether that was East, whether that is in North. This really is a god squad. And finally, I think, for many people, it's starting to show as a god squad.
I think it's just impressive that Apex... I know people are looking to this, especially when we get to playoffs and be like, oh, it's just Apex stomping a weaker region. Requiem have been the second best team this stage, and the only stage that they've played in. With the ideas, the way that the team plays together, even like the comp here isn't too much of an issue. It really is just that Apex are now dialed in, that you could maybe make points that they were complacent before. Still winning, but taking their foot off the pedal ever so slightly. Here, then there's no respect.
It's business time.
It's just full focus on getting the job done.
It's perhaps the buff that they get with playing all together in one location, the boot camp buff. Aussie taking here some awkward fights, but still working in Apex's favor. Requiem, not much time left in Icebox, I'm afraid, unless any magic has worked by their 2 Guardians. Thrash, a final-ditch effort to bring them back, but Yando's positioning has been telegraphed, and both of them have been tagged by the Hunter's Fury. Good shot, but more are required, and a gap between the wall allows Apex to make this look super easy by the end. 13-2. Apex keep the momentum going from the previous match in playoffs, determined to get into the finals ASAP.
Another dominant showing for this Apex team throughout this playoff stage. For them, it's just a step forward. Soulcast an almost 400 ACS performance on Sova of all things. And just Requiem, they came in with an idea, a nice idea. I rate it, and I think that with a bit more time, it could be like useful to push, but you're not catching out Apex here. Not with that kind of play style, not when they're playing as sharply as they are. There's a chance it should have been closer, but I do feel that just after that 1v5, it was done.
It was. It really was. I think we felt it, and the players felt it themselves. We're talking about a very young squad. Requiem, they've only just joined the league, but they still have made amazing performances to get into playoffs already, right? But they have to fall short here, right? It's a level of experience you need to have to be able to rebound after moments like 1v5s, and they didn't quite have the experience to be able to do that this time around. But they've got a few more minutes here, Ryan, to reset and give Apex into the fight in map number 2. Do you think they've got it in them?
It'd be tough. You're going up against a map that also Apex had a dominant scoreline on yesterday against OnlyFins, so hope that you can do a little bit more.
Hope will die last. So let's see if Requiem has got more hope where that came from. We'll be back very shortly after this break.
So, Requiem, given the audience that they asked for, the result way worse than what we saw, even with the substitute. In fairness, a different strategy taken to the table with the inclusion of a double controller composition, but just didn't feel as if things really got started, Twiggy.
No, I like the way that they showed absolutely no fear towards the start of the game, and I do think it was working for them. It's just the fact that Apex had a couple of those rounds, like we saw yesterday versus OnlyFins, where it just demolishes your morale. It's just a clutch here, a clutch there. You think you've got the round done, and then it's a 1v4 or something like that, just something absolutely ridiculous that completely destroys your mentality and means that you never get back into the swing of things. They don't give you a chance.
It's that fearlessness that we wanted to see, but as you say, misplaced at the best of times, and from that point onwards, the game was done. Malsi adding 5 kills in 1 round to his tally, but amongst all of the rest, Soulcast above a 3 KD, 21 and 6, just shy of 400 ACS. Everything that each and every one of these players touched turned to gold. I think there was a clutch for every name on the list when you look back at it, and we'll rally through all of those in a moment's time. But for now, to just go back to Requiem's situation and what they need to do here, not winning a single round after the anti-eco didn't feel like they had time to catch their breath, Twiggy.
Yeah, no, and I don't think the problem is that they were playing, like, suboptimally at that point. It was literally just, there were a couple, oh, sure, there were a couple of mistakes, but, like, you can't do everything perfectly, unless you're Apex, apparently. But yeah, no, it's just that if you aren't able to gain any momentum whatsoever, if you're not able to get more than those first 2 rounds, how are you supposed to get started once Apex get on a roll? They were feeling themselves, you could see, past round 3, they were so happy, they were, you know, able to pat each other's on the backs, you know, give fist bumps all over the place. They were laughing the whole game, and they just didn't give any quarter.
13-2 is such a common scoreline for those who have been pitting multiple different teams throughout the year to take a map off of Apex. It was the exact same in the Apina game, as a matter of fact. You get this false hope at the start because Apex losing pistol rounds isn't anything new. As I said before, that statistic was rock bottom for them at times. It's about keeping yourself steady throughout, and a lot of those unforced errors, like I say, did come from certain moments where players take peaks. You don't expect it to happen, right? You get the catching Apex by surprise, but then into the late round, not playing as a team starts to bite back against you. Something else to mention as well, not just Malsi's clutch, was probably the prevalence of the Sage pick. One of the difference in the comp, just adding a little bit more control to certain situations, like those post plants. They didn't lose a single one when the spike went down.
Yeah, although I do think that no matter what agents they picked in this one, as long as it was a relatively cohesive team composition, I think they would have had the same result. I think a lot of those rounds were not based off of strategic play and dynamics from the agents that they were picking. It was just they were winning the Angels. They were tapping heads. The fact that so many of those rounds came down to a clutch or came down to an ace or something like that is I think, indicative of just a skill difference.
100%. There's not much to talk about in the second half because we only saw 2 rounds, but we have a package of all of the clutches, or the majority of them, that we saw, which again was a situation where Requiem failed to convert their advantages for the positions that they put themselves in. For me, it almost feels like Apex know that the plot armor is too thick for them to lose, so even when things get rough, and as Ryan said, the rounds are muddy, it's good mud, and that first half was a spa day.
Yeah, I mean, on this one, obviously, Malsi, I mean, he's got enough money, he knows he can go in and just do something, and it works out for him immediately, and then, you know, you got the spike planted, you can play this one however you like it, and Malsi was always going to win this, I feel like, even though it is Harambe, even though it is the other duelist who is right up at the top of the stat line, you know? This is a duelist who is genuinely on the same level statistically in this league as Kayak. And yet Malsi is still able to not take a single point of damage against the whole team of Requiem there. And I mean, this is a tale that keeps spinning itself over and over the course of this map. We have just so many clips of Apex going wild, and you will see in all of them that there isn't really anything going on apart from tapping heads. There isn't anything going on apart from actual straight up aim duels.
it's the placement of some of these rounds as well. Pistols, a couple of big swing rounds when you want to get your defender side money under control. This one, for example, from Hype was the game done and over with when you look at it, but now we've got to start building up Requiem into this next map, because we've seen 13-0s in Challengers Grand Finals before, for goodness sake, that haven't been defining. Now we need to start seeing some maturity, which wouldn't be out of character for Requiem. When you look at their history, half of their series wins have been reverse sweeps in the best of threes that they've played so far. The vast majority of them, losing that opening game. But these aren't the same kind of mistakes that you can afford to make against an experienced team such as Apex. So you need to show that experience beyond your years.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like the way they started this game off. I do hope that they don't lose that kind of overconfidence, that kind of ability to just go, okay, I got a couple kills, I'm going to keep going for more, and catch Apex a little bit unawares. When you bring the energy up to Apex's level, I feel like you have the best possible chance against them. Apex make mistakes, you can capitalize off of these, and I think, hopefully, in the next map there will be more opportunities to do that, and we do get a slightly more even game, but you never really know. I think it really is up to how Apex play from this point on.
Yeah, you want to make life difficult for them, force them to make errors the same way that Requiem did. I think more than anything, that would have been a pressure situation, it's easier to say, rather than anything from a tactical perspective, as it was mentioned on the cast as well. And that does set up us up in a more worrying state for Haven when you consider how wide open this map is, the plethora of options that both teams will have at their disposal, and how that game then begins for Requiem on a defender's side. So yeah, lots to be thinking about in that sense, and in terms of what they can do to really offset it here, Twiggy, it's not an easy task at all.
No, not whatsoever. I think the best thing that they can do right now is go, okay, that's Apex. That's what we were expecting, something like that to happen anyway. Let's keep rating ourselves, let's keep rating our teammates, and make sure that you're not, you know... Look, here's the thing. When I say they're playing overconfident, and I like that, they're also still staying smart. They're still trying to go for fundamental stuff like getting trades and stuff like this. They need to rate each other, trust each other, and be able to come back from this one. They said themselves that they know that they have the mechanical skill to be able to beat Apex. They know it. They know they can beat them. I need to see more proof of that.
Yeah, the statistic as well, Apex have only lost 3 maps so far across the last 2 splits, and out of those 3 maps, 2 of them were opening maps. If you're thinking that Requiem have a chance to turn this one around, I respect the confidence, but it may be misplaced. I think, again, literally everything that you can possibly call to, the playoff record as well, the boot camp, the scenario that we find ourselves in is stacked against them. But if there were to be anything or anyone that could do it right now, any story that you'd want to put any hope into, as Pavlos said, the thing that will die last is the belief that this can happen, is Ianto and his plucky group of players, which have found ways to do this before. And this is the biggest test that he'll get as an IGL, and on the map Haven, another chance to exhibit what exactly he can provide us, Twiggy.
Yeah, delusion can do wonderful things, believe me. I think that is the best chance here for Requiem, is stay deluded at this point. And look, that's what it is. I think that's what it is for most of these teams. Is going to be, look, we can get there. We can win this one, and sometimes just that overconfidence in yourself, just knowing something that might not even be possible, can still lead you to great things. And I do think there is a possibility that if they stay really confident, despite the fact that they just got trounced on their own map pick, they can do something.
I know that Requiem are very ambitious as an organisation. They're trying to bring in sponsors, really professionalise themselves. They got a Premier League footballer on their books now as well. I'm not too sure how far the hashtag Stay Deluded is going to go on social media.
I think it would go wild.
But I think that's the TLDR of this desk segment. You can talk so much about the quality that Apex have, and again, I think it's really important that we contrast that with Requiem not being a team of poor quality whatsoever. They've beaten your second place elect twice in as many games, and look damn good doing it as well. Here we are. This is the stage. It has been set. Haven is where we go. Same comp for both teams. Apex showed us how clinical they can be here yesterday, losing one less round than they did on Icebox just now against OnlyFins here on Haven. If Requiem are to play to their strengths, where do those lie, Twiggy?
Well, I mean, look, the last time they played this map, they were up against OnlyFins. They won it 13-5. It was an absolute sweep. I think they just need to, I don't know, they're so, like, this comp works for them. I think the thing is, for this comp, they really just need to make sure Harambe is making space. They're going to use those Viper walls to try and get in, or try and, at the very least, sell a fake or something like that. And don't try and outplay Apex. Don't go, okay, we can send them over to another site. Just run into them, make Harambe some space, and try and get those kills, because at this point, that's the only way you're going to beat them.
Comfortability. Harambe back on the duelist. Soren flexing onto the sky, which we've seen him do before. You'd have to be a madman to believe that there's any chance they turn this around. The conditions, well, they may be shaky, and there's not too much pressure on the line, is there, at the lower bracket? I don't know. Ryan and Pavlos, this one is all yours. Could we go the distance? Could we?
A question in everyone's minds. The first place finishes of Split 1 of Apex with tenured talent and the newcomers of the league, Requiem, battling out on what could be the final map here, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Requiem, like, to be honest, for both teams undefeated so far. We've only seen Requiem play it twice, we've only seen Apex play it once. But the Viper on this map, you would have assumed they would have gone out of fashion for teams, especially after all of the Viper nerfs. There's going to be a bit of a hefty way to sort of bring this one through for them, I think. It's as much of an uphill task as you could possibly get. But I think for one thing for Apex to say going into the second map with their comp is, we saw them play a lot of Yoru and a lot of creative stuff at the start of this year.
Sure.
As the year's gone on, they've made it much more sensible. It was the boring vanilla comp on Icebox. It's the boring vanilla comp on this map. It's going to be hard, I think, for Requiem to get a hold on this. They did choose to defend. And I think picking up the pistol was one of the few things they were able to do on Icebox.
Sure.
Kind of have to do it here again.
Well, it's time to rock and roll as Apex are on the attack and Requiem on defense. The final chance for the Hats. Requiem to stay in Challengers North as Apex, they themselves have got Ascension on their sights and they're not too far away from achieving that goal. At least they'll be guaranteeing play-ins if they win this map right here and this series all together. This is a final decider map if Requiem are able to perform a miracle and win this map. So far, it's two players defending this A site. One very close to the short push. That does get red very quickly. Ianto doesn't live much longer either, and Apex clean up the A site for their take.
Yeah, 3v5 instantly, barely any damage done, just a kayak, 80 HP. Just a sky flash and a dog trying to be hot tempo with this. It comes through, but Malty's position. He's aftershocking the choke,
dear.
but already Requiem are in.
Somehow Vova's able to find a kill in return. He has to TP away to find a more favorable angle. Hype is there to assist. They're trying to pre-fight a Vova to death, and they are successful in doing so, but now have to go for the 1v2, which they won't be able to deliver. Of course, it's a clutch to put Apex on top.
I think every player other than Kayak has clutched today. And Hype low on the ACS for Icebox, but to be honest, not much was required of him there. It was a nice idea again from Requiem. They have this Viper wall that goes across B main and A main. A little tucked in position. You can see the blue X on the minimap right in sewers. Toba cleared up by Soulcast, who was wise to it. And Requiem making a good go at the 3 versus 5 retake. Really were a lot faster than Apex were expecting. And Deck actually, Bucky in hand, mostly stacking towards Garage and C long. Just Soren playing over towards A.
Bit of a push from Harambe over to C long. Like I said, a bit laboured by Hype, but he gets it done eventually. But the Garage push is the more problematic one that could potentially catch at least Hype off guard. He's making some noise by collecting the orb, but he is stepping back, and Deck is posted up quite closely, and Ianto's got a nice corner to spot Hype as he swings. So, Soulcast does react to it by dropping back a little bit, finding a kill, but they will be waltzing into that A site together as a unit, and Soren being the only defender of Requiem here, try as much as he can to keep them at bay until the rest of the cavalry arrives to the back line. But it's not going to be much of a cavalry. They've only got their sheriffs to work with. But some damage is being inflicted, not too bad. But if Apex are able to survive with 3, that's the end goal. And so far, all is falling into plan. Toba being pre-fired as well. It's not being made easy. Soulcast triples up as well to get the Hunter through a little bit quicker. And it's 2-0 for Apex.
Not too much to say. Apex, good control of like the default on A. Similar to how they played against Olifins yesterday. They were just very chill, very relaxed. Almost make the defenders do all of the heavy lifting and be proactive around the map. Then Apex just makes the right adjustment. They see 2 players behind them, they just push out on A, make sure to cover some of those spots, check their flanks. A couple of kills still coming in for Requiem. Now they have the full buy against the bonus. It's around that they want to be confirming Harambe not being afraid to push in aggressively, but he's fighting in a smoke against close quarter weapons.
Soren flashed out for the second time around. It does take a while before the trades come through. Let's be fair, Apex doesn't look like much of a bonus for them. They have 4 rifles in play. Now they've got 3. And Avova being able to delete Deck out of existence has left their opposition with 2. Yanto goes in for the fight alone. Doesn't really wait for Toba to swing in with him, but now they're holding hands for this attempt. A lot of players low, but the aftershock will delay Requiem as the spike will go down.
Spike planted.
Just a lot of Requiem with the better buy, fighting in positions either alone or just way too dedicated that people can't come in and help. I hear 2 versus 2, but Yanto 5 HP. Has to go careful. He's playing high ground too.
Yeah, it does complicate the endeavor, but Mozzi's position is well and truly good to shut down Yanto's life. Toba tries to get some information with a swing on Avova, but it will not phase Avova one bit. That's 3-0. Now, Ryan, I know I mentioned the stat earlier, fumbled that one, but this one, it will be a little bit interesting for you. And it's one I think we'll want to keep track of this entire game. Now, from the previous series and the previous map, all together in playoffs, Apex has only dropped 1 attacking round. Sorry, 3. I fumbled it again. What's up with me?
How do you do it twice?
I don't know. It's 3 rounds, total attacking rounds dropped in 3 maps.
Yeah, here, just like Requiem fighting alone, a lot of it. In the round now, but it's the eco for Requiem, so nothing really too much happening other than Apex putting pressure towards C. Requiem similar to the last pistol run that they had, just grouping up, pushing somewhere. Ibe gets the read, the rest of the team is going to make the adjustment to just turn around and fight it. At least Molsey goes down from Harambe, but still Apex feeling in control.
And this time, they look to change things up a bit. Diversify their portfolio. And opt to move into C, where Toba is waiting. You can hear some footsteps here and there, but he's overwhelmed. Apex play that to perfection. Lure his attention on one end and swing from the other.
Last player standing.
And the cleanup will come through as well. Soren, the only player surviving. I mean, there's not many choices here. The analyst desk talked about it a lot, Ryan, extensively about all Requiem have to do is, all they can do really is reset. Have a belief that they can do it, you know, inhale some hopium. But Apex are just different. It feels like there's nothing really Requiem can do.
Yeah, it feels that reset hasn't come in from Requiem, to be honest. I think the way that they're playing on like eco rounds is a lot better, more as a team, but in the pistol, in their round against the bonus, just... Are we playing for the pure retake on an A site or C site? Are we playing to waterfall in as the spike's been planted? Or are we playing the bunker the site itself to make sure that they can't get in? Because right now it feels like Requiem's sort of trying to do all 3. And here now you've got 3 players over towards A main fighting. You've got the Sky Flash that's going to get a bit of information. Doesn't get anything. So no question is for Requiem now that you have this full buy, now that Harambe is the operator. Where are the adjustments? You've got no information so far. You had 3 players on A, they're rotating to B. Do there need to be adjustments elsewhere? Because right now Apex are just chilling, waiting to see what the defenders are going to do.
I mean, Apex have got a lot at their disposal as well, so they can also force the issue if nothing ends up happening. And it's
The heavy
for
dedication
Requiem.
towards A, just having the wall and all of the Killjoy utility in this direction, and that's the site that Apex are going to be heading to.
Not much information Requiem has been playing with up until this point. The lockdown dropping is amongst the first audio cues to be shown across the map, and Requiem has approached this A site with intent of stopping this push from happening. Multi does get shut down by the spray, but Solcus is repositioning and frantic maneuvering from the rest of the team has allowed a cross with the spike plant as well. Requiem do they try and take this fight soon? 2 players into hell. Seekers will reveal. The paranoia also works out, and it's Harambe to open things up. Recovering from the paranoia is quick enough for Apex to get right back into the fight. 1 left for Requiem. It's Harambe. He's got the upper ground, but the operator is not the best against multiple players, so he switched to the shorty, goes for the superhero landing, but it's Avova to turn it right back around and keep Apex's streak of flawless wins keeping going.
It's weird watching it from Requiem's perspective there. Like, the idea was nice. You have, like, Soren playing up on the high ground. He gets a kill. I think somebody was detained towards there. Yanto gets taken out. That means the Vipe wall's not there. And in most instances, Harambe in a 1v2, time low on the clock, you might just want to save the up, but he jumps in with a shorty. Like, I don't know if this is just Requiem have checked out a little bit, you know? Because I think this was one of the teams that was like the most disciplined, most well structured. It's always going to be a hard series to play. Like, Apex are taking no prisoners, but that doesn't really give you a Requiem an excuse to kind of switch off a little bit.
It's a difficult one. Dealing with feelings like these are hard no matter how much experience you have, but it doesn't help when you haven't lived situations like these before. These Requiem players are young, they're newcomers, there's a lot to learn, and currently they're learning the hard way.
Placing sentry.
I think if you want to look at it another way, great opportunity for scouters of even tier 1 teams to be looking at talent, even if this is a series that might not necessarily be planned to go your way. You want to show yourself off to the best of your ability, and Harambe's going to try and do that Bladestone, but he has no support. There's no Sky Flash there with him, Paranoia with him. He just peeked and pushed it alone, and Apex, playing the same way that they've played this attacking side of Haven, pretty much full stop in playoffs. Get pressured C, start to push up on A.
And previously, even though A had a lot of players there, they still pushed through, given the lockdown gives them the free space. This time they're going to use the rest of the utility to help in this endeavor. Not really caring what the setup looks like, but it's vacant, it's empty. And the spike will end up going down. It's just how Requiem will approach it with these fewer guns.
Oba's just peeking in solo before the rest of the team. One's going Heaven, one's trying to wrap around with the alarm bot. Apex are not afraid to be playing needlessly aggressive, but now that they do know that one player is at least flanking, this aggressive spot isn't too bad of an idea.
Dex the first to drop. In this attempt, Soren and Yanto are actually trying to get some work done themselves. Soren on the high ground has done a lot himself. Kayak falls, kills to his name, and makes it an ace as well. I feel like that's why Requiem were allowed to get a few kills, just to make it flamboyant for Kayak, getting another ace picked up for him. 6-0, the streak just keeps going.
Second ace for Apex in not many rounds, probably just below 30. And yeah, it feels done. And this is as somebody that I really thought the Requiem were gonna like bring it today. But I don't know if it was from that 1v5 from Halsey earlier, whether it was just going into today. But just Requiem look out of their depth.
And Apex, you can't fault them. It's not like they're making mistakes that Requiem can exploit. At least to the naked eye, it doesn't seem like that's the case. It's just that Requiem aren't able to force the issue either, force those mistakes.
Skydog being used with about a minute and 10 on the clock. There's just a lack of information, one of the weaker parts for this comp now. Not only did we mention the Viper's been nerfed since the double controller meta was prominent on Haven, but also Sky. You don't have those flashes recovering. You can't set up good information like circuits of utility, cycles of utility. Here they're flying blind. Viper's pitted over on A. There's 3 players still there. Meanwhile, Apex are trying to execute over towards C.
And the From the Shadows reveals where Harambe got knocked up as well. So now they need to figure out what the back of sight setup looks like. Nanoswarm towards Harambe's location, so is the Paranoia. That will hinder him a lot, but it does leave Deck defenseless. And Apex have got every single player looking in his direction. Spike will be going down little by little. Apex are finding advantages left and right. And my oh my, do they make it look simple. They make it look easy.
7th round. It has been how many rounds in a row now? 20 rounds in a row. Because there were 2-0 down and then one on Icebox 13-2.
Not too shabby.
And you could just sort of tell from the setups at Apex, they had Kayak that was playing sort of in Nest in Garage. He set up as almost like a plan B, as a fail-safe if stuff starts to go wrong. It just feels that Apex have like multiple things set up and not needing to use any of it.
Cover going out.
Apex have taken B site by force. And they've left one behind while the rest will focus out in mid. And this time Requiem are even weaker when it comes to the weapons. It's not like it's a full buy, which we could anticipate their success.
Killed my bot.
But this Apex is different. Oh, Kayak. Of course you get a one through the smoke. Yanto, the only player, well, not anymore. Harambe's found himself a Vandal, so it's not all that impossible to imagine that there's a chance here. Yanto not quite on time, though he finds one. Maybe this is the round where they can turn it all around, but Hyper's created a lurk of his own, and Yanto is able to cover it for Requiem to win a round on their defense, the first of this map.
52, so probably wasn't a round that you were expecting.
No.
Apex just going for a B execute for the first time today, and finally that streak of rounds is broken. Still a long way to go, but a little bit more fight, a little bit more of a plan. Just the wraparounds doing quite a lot. Even then, it sort of time like it was getting a little bit low, but now Apex sort of forced to make adjustments. Space in the grand final and at least Ascension play-ins. Okay, Moldy, just
You took it
mowed them
personally.
down. Yeah.
It was like, enough of that. You got a round? How dare you increase the amount of rounds we lost on attack to 4. Doesn't have a nice of a ring on it, as 3 rounds do. That quite loud with his stepping. Apex aren't taking chances. I think that's the difference between Apex now and Apex probably a month ago. They don't take any chances. It's the clean fighting that they try to implement from the start of the season, where somewhere in the middle it got lost, but now they're fully dialed in and in Ascension mode.
I mean, that's the side of it, really, is just... Apex does seem to be just playing for the win. They're just playing to try out their post plans, their executes. Not necessarily like it's a scrim, but these rounds feel still very scripted, that they're really paying attention to what is working, what isn't. And at the same time, Apex have really just not needed to show an awful lot. There's a couple of little set play rounds with the Rolling Thunder Neoman ultimate that we saw towards C before, but He didn't need to show that. Haven't really been that threatened.
Scanning ahead.
Harambe's got an operator. He is on the wrong side of the map, though.
And there's 2 Buckies, a Sheriff, and a Vandal. Pretty eclectic buy.
Yeah. It's unfortunate
Right
we're not seeing in this game in particular to highlight players like Harambe, who's done a tremendous job upon his arrival in this league. Matching stats of players of Apex all across the board. It's not being illustrated right now, so it's hard to mention. But this time around, they are heading in Harambe's direction, so this could be his time to shine.
Spike down, C.
Poison Cloud, if anything, allowed Apex to just pick up the spike a little bit easier. Going for another B execute. This was the round that Requiem won on this retake, finally to get onto the board. Actually, Yanta's in on the site.
Whoa, oh, Avova, the reaction timing on getting off the spike, recalibrating and getting the kills. I feel like Apex is super duper snappy right now. Harambe is trying to go for a highlight reel play,
Close.
but it will not be given to him. Big denial from Kayak, holding a big sign to his right, saying no, denied. And Soulcast just going to toy with Toba for a little bit. Toba does end up with a kill. We'll look for another, but no, that's Kayak on 3. And Apex, I mean, the worst case scenario of this half, it'll be down 9-3.
It feels like a long day for Requiem, but it's been anything but. Very quick rounds. Deck 2 and 10, Toba 3 and 10. Harambe's the only one that with a positive KD over on Requiem. Meanwhile, everybody from Apex is doing just fine, farming up the Rolling Thunder for the end of the half. Hunter's Fury 2. Blade Storm coming out for Harambe, trying to fight in mid a little bit with the support of the Sky, but immediately Apex are posturing towards A main. These wraparounds have been good, but they've been well read from Apex.
A-side taken over. Requiem, how much damage can you do on the defense? That's the big question here. How much confidence can you build for dropping into the lower bracket? Because realistically, that's what you're looking at right now. Going to the lower bracket and potentially fighting for a final spot and maybe Ascension play-ins. Because Apex is on a different level right now. Unrelentless. Now, plays for Harambe haven't looked so bad, especially with Deck on the back line. They've put Apex under a lot of pressure. The paranoia hasn't done enough, but Harambe's found himself a Vandal. And on the spike, he will try and get to it, but he is closing up the distance. Soulcast can't get away in time, or maybe can he? He can't use the Hunter's Fury anymore. But Harambe hasn't got on halfway on the spike yet, and the Recon has revealed him. Soulcast is just going to bait Harambe out until he moves out into the open. The smile from Soulcast is contagious as double ditches are already gotten, and there's still a round and a half to spare.
Yeah, it could be another 10-2 half. Could be even a little bit better at this rate. Just here the clearance. Every clutch has gone Apex's way. Harambe operator again, Guardians across the board otherwise. It's just not much to say. It just feels that Requiem aren't really in this anymore mentally. Harambe's been able to do some damage towards C long. He's pressured off the angle and it's not really too much of a threat.
I mean, even at a disadvantage, Apex looks scary.
Oh, never mind.
He looks to increase that advantage. Kayak doubles up, so he does do a few Kayak things. Soulcast left on his own, but he's not going to go down without a fight. I think he already found 2 kills. 2 more, that would be 4. Quick maths. Spike left on C, so if there's any round Requiem should get, it's this one.
This time has allowed Yanto to get into this corner, is what I was going to say. Big let's go from Yanto, so at least the vibes are still good.
Yeah. You don't know if it's the actual Hopium vibes or it's the, ha, guys, we got a round, we're not being embarrassed as much, you know?
And it's a good round, and it's straight. I saw somebody in chat. I should never look at chat whilst I'm casting, but somebody saying like, oh, these guys sound biased. It's like, what do you want us to say? It's beat 10-2 halves. How could you not be like, yeah, one of these teams is doing really well, the other team isn't? But like the rounds that Requiem are getting are good. Even the rounds that they're losing are good rounds from them. But it just feels similar to early with Sweet and Sour Only Fins of like the scoreline doesn't really dictate how the game is going.
No, it wouldn't be realistic to say that Requiem
Found them.
are on the same level right now. I hope they can be, I hope they will be, but when Soulcast moves out of smokes like that, it's incredible. It's something that you can't ignore. Harambe does square things up though. Now as Requiem look to find a way in, but if they do move into this A site, they'll be in a world of hurt given that Apex have stacked up 3 players. But thankfully for Requiem, they've dropped back, or at least tried to.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, Soren. He does do some damage, but it just simply isn't enough. Apex are in the lead, and Hype might even be there to stop the cross into C. No, he thinks better of it, knows his team has got the numbers, and again, it's one of those things that puts Apex on top.
Good for him to even just sit in garage, because he's going to get some good information here more than he bargained for potentially.
Wow,
It's whether
he's
this
got the
gets
gun.
cleared or not.
He gets the first, and he might just even get the second. Hype toying with his food.
Oh man, that's what I mean though. It's just Apex, their plan wasn't for Hype to just play in garage and get 2. It's just to keep control of that space whilst the rest of the team comes in for a retake. In most cases, that one player dies on their own. But at least Apex are like, okay, yeah, both of them are pushed into garage here, so we know where they are. We know how to play around this now. But they didn't even get to that stage. It wasn't needed. But also, Requiem, you're playing solo initiate. You're playing double controller. You're playing with that Viper. You need to create misinformation. You need to play around the map, add question marks. You don't have 2 initiators to execute heavy. So I don't know why Requiem are fighting in A main there. To just buy time for the 2 players in, like, garage to go C. You don't need to be fighting at lurk there. Like, put some pressure that you're still there, but you don't need to fight and face an almost ego peek into Kayak and Apex when they're still towards A.
It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Now Requiem, they would have hoped they got the previous round and would have given any sort of chance or hope for them to get back into the game, but the force is out from them, expending everything they have into this round. Oh, they have been able to trade equally, and they're looking to keep the pace up, but Soren being low isn't really promising. Good Aldron. That spots all 3 players. Important information for Kayak to close up the gap. Oh, no. Soulcast and Avova both win their fights. And the player with least health is left alive. Recon to reveal Soren, but it's Soulcast to jump his way into victory. Oh, though, yeah, you know, sometimes the only thing you can do is laugh, because the alternative is crying, and you don't want to be doing that right now.
Oh, Bo, that's already such a good tweet of just like, you've got Soren manically laughing, you've got Harambe with his head in his hands, and everybody else just looking to jet. Like, it is just the perfect way to sum up that, like, Requiem team, because you can tell that, like, they're just like, what do we do? Like, the Apex right now just feel indestructible. And a part of it is, you know, we're a team that's just come through the close qualifiers, you know? Like, it's crazy that we're here. But there is also the element of, like, Requiem, they're competitive. They can beat Apex. 100% they could beat Apex in a series. But not if they're playing like they are today.
Yeah.
It's a complete weird environment, but it's a good situation for them to get experience in.
It is. I don't know how much experience they can actually get off of a series like this, you know? But even on a bonus, Apex looks scary. An Outlaw to one-shot kill Yanto. I think he must have only had half shields, right? Yeah, because they did force the previous round. But Requiem have seized control of a B, but without the spike, they've left the spike behind. Uh-oh.
Shadows traveling.
The And
He's
Avova will
just
be there for the
boomed.
cross. Harambe is getting a few kills. But again, they need to get the spike, and Avova has seen it. He's called the team, don't take any more fights.
I mean, there are no...
And they still take fights.
Yeah.
They still come out on top. Oh dear. Well, that secures, at a minimum, Ascension play-ins here for Apex as they make their way into the finals. Undisputably, the best team in Challengers North right now.
Now it's a question of who's going to be playing up against them. Losers bracket final is going to be Sweet and Sour versus Requiem, a rematch of not only day one's game of playoffs, but the last stage of groups. Handshakes all around for Apex. Be happy to get into a position where they're talking about Ascension. It's not a case of when we get there, they're at least involved in the process somewhat, whether it's a play-ins that start on Sunday, or whether it's going to be the main event itself that is obviously after champs. So you can't really have a better performance than what they had here. Just full stop. And
No.
Requiem, they showed bright moments, which make me excited for tomorrow against Sweet and Sour, but
Sure.
they just need to reset, go to bed early, refocus, because there's a real good chance for them to make Ascension or play-ins here. Really is for them. I just don't want them to miss out because they feel like they're falling off. They're not. They have what it takes. It's just Apex were unbelievable today.
Yeah, they were. I mean, like you said, Requiem have beaten Sweet and Sour before. They're going to have to do it again in the lower bracket, Apex, to qualify to the finals. We've got our analysts to break things down after the short break, as well as an interview. So everybody, do stay tuned. There is more to come on this stream. For us, though, for tonight.
I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore.
A very quick series to end our second day of playoffs. Apex smashing Requiem, and they'll probably be hoping it's the team that comes back up out of the lower bracket tomorrow after that lower final has concluded. Because I tell you what, Twiggy, you could definitely see a lack of experience here in terms of that game management we were speaking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It has capitulated in this game, and while this is a talented team with a lot of great players and some great fraggers, you know, you got Haramba, who is up there in terms of stats. Probably not anymore after that game. I feel like that does a lot to the KD overall, but look, it's just one of those. It is an experience difference. Apex are so well drilled in terms of everything that once they get that momentum going, Requiem just don't have the reps in to be able to come back from that. They don't know how to do it yet.
As we call it the Apex tax for a reason, and that seems to still be valid legal tender in the playoffs. Of course it would be, right? That's now 11 series in a row which they have won in playoffs. As an organisation, we have to reiterate, the 2 years that they've spent here have resulted in now what is 4 finals as well. And more specifically this year, that's 11 series played by this version of the roster where they've won a map dropping 2 rounds or less. And that's already happened 3 times in this one playoff stage, which is crazy to think about. Twice in this same one against Requiem. Really, it was so one-sided, and the casters talked about it as well. Reset, that was the big word that we were looking for. Requiem just couldn't find it in themselves.
No, yeah, I mean, there's not many other ways to put it, right? It was just that kind of difference where Requiem, again, we saw it with OnlyFins the other day, where a couple rounds in, Apex do something to completely knock you off kilter, and then you just can't get back up. They stun lock you.
Well, I spoke about all of the stats. I imagine that our interviewee was already in the call hearing me list them off, the various different metrics. We're going to be getting a word with one of the Apex players here. It is actually, no, Stanito, the coach. Hey, that's a change of pace. Nice to hear you, mate. Look, quick afternoon for you, and I imagine VOD review also probably not going to be too long either.
Oh, there are some stuff that we need to look at, but, you know, it's not that much. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Great.
We had good result. I'm really happy with our performance.
Good. I mean, if you came out of that game going, you know, I'm not really happy with that performance, it was okay, I would be a little worried. Oh my god, you're being watched from behind. But look, I don't know what I can say about the game, so I'm gonna ask you, what did you guys have for breakfast? Because there's something power in you today. You guys were full of laughs, full of fun, and just didn't stop.
I mean, you know, we have what we have always, you know, like some of inspiration, if I can say, you know, some confidence, and we roll on the server. That's it.
Great. And I look again. What are you gonna do with the rest of the evening? You've got a free day tomorrow. You don't have to play. You just prepare for the best of 5. You've ended off the day pretty quickly. So VOD review, and then
we need to keep sharp. So, you know, there is no time for rest right now. We need to be at our best because there is no like a room for errors right now. So we need to be full focused and don't like think that these 2 wins were like easy for us. I mean, it looked easy, but behind the scenes there is a lot of prep and everything. So we need to keep it up and yeah, just win.
That's always been a big thing, the organizational backing that you guys have. So many tools and resources at your disposal. In terms of these boot camps, they have appeared to be invaluable. What's your own personal feeling now that you've been to multiple with the previous roster and this roster? That environment that you're building, how key is this to you?
I mean, whenever we go to the boot camp, it's like a different, you know, environment because we're all together. You know, we're doing some stuff outside of the game as well. You know, we're there for each other. You know, if someone is lacking in something, we're always going to bring him up. You know, and like work hard. And we have a mission, and that's it. You know.
I mean, in terms of your form as a team, we did see that slight dip, and I think you would agree, before we came into playoffs. Do you think the boot camp's been really useful in fixing that, and what were the first couple of things that you addressed?
You know, like before every important matches, we need to be at the boot camp. You know, we need to prepare. This is like our routine. So yeah, we're a team that follows routine, and the boot camp is always like good to fix stuff, you know, and get on the same page. And yeah, that's it basically.
So routine-based, right? And if you can keep that
Yeah,
routine in the same room as one another, it's easier. Okay, so I'm understanding it a bit more. My final question would probably be that a lot of people have said about in this league, it's not overly competitive for you guys at times. You've made another monster of a roster. You're on a crazy run. You didn't drop a map in the first split. Compare that to your scrims, for example. Obviously not for you to leak any one of the teams that you've been playing. I imagine you will be up against other names in Challengers, other names in VCT. What do you value from officials then, perhaps in terms of the experience that gives you in comparison to scrims, if they're not on the same level in terms of player performance at times?
Well, first of all, I don't think that the league is with bad teams or anything. I think like teams are good, and we are making it look that it's easy, but it's because of us. It's not because of the other teams, you know. Because the moment that we were stopped performing on a good level, we lost. Yeah. So teams were about to say like, okay, Apex is not like it's split one, but now we're back, right? For the most important matches, and this is what mattered the most. And I think like compared to our scrim results are pretty good, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. And yeah, and I feel like confident going into the grand final to win it, and yeah, after that, Ascension online, but still Ascension. Yeah.
Well, look, congratulations again, Danito. Great to hear from you. Look, if the scrim results are good as the officials, then maybe we will be seeing you in Berlin, and you can go from online to the stages you did last year, and maybe win the whole damn thing.
Hopefully.
So, again, congratulations and best of luck in the grand final tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. See you. Bye bye.
There you have it. Look, you heard from the man himself. They're still treating officials with the same kind of respect. Again, my question may be slightly misinterpreted. Not saying any of the teams are bad. We all know it, right? Like North, with the departure of focus, the landscape ultimately is different, but they're bringing the same kind of respect. They're preparing well. They're doing all of the right things, and the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, I think more than anything, you know, when we were looking at this team last year, they were up against a very consistent, good kind of level of play. This year, it's been more that it started off, as you say, with the departure of focus, with the departure of certain organizations. It has gone from, you know, a relatively incompetitive bunch against Apex to something that's evolved, right? Maybe it's not quite at the same level as last year or something, but that's difficult to quantify. But it has evolved, and it's difficult. I think it's a different challenge to be able to work against an evolving roster of teams that you have to play against, rather than just playing against good teams week in, week out.
Lots of people as well, and I've seen the comments already, will be suggesting that, yeah, they're downplaying it, like you say, but it's this evolution that we're talking about, and this result justifying their thoughts doesn't mean that Requiem aren't still a team of quality, as we've said before. I think it's important, again, to look at some of these replays, not necessarily in the scope of what was done wrong by them, but why Apex are such a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. We have several rounds to take a look at here. And again, you're not going to see anything strategically insane. You're not going to see anything... I think, again, this is a good thing for Apex in the end. If they are going to be heading to Ascension, it's kind of like hiding strats, right? If you don't have to do anything absolutely insane, you don't have to do anything, you're not being challenged super hard to draw out anything... you know, strategically difficult, then teams won't get a good idea of exactly what's going on with you. It's the same thing that they do a lot of the time in scrims, where they'll try out a lot of different stuff, but they won't show what they're going to do in officials. And yeah, I mean, it's just keeping a level head all the time, right? Even when they're getting excited, they're still not getting overzealous.
It's the same clutch power in that round that we saw as well. It was a 3v5 retake attempt from Requiem, and a very valiant one as well. That this is when momentum starts to play a factor, as we were saying before. 20 rounds in a row won from Icebox into Haven, and again, starting on the defender side for both of those, sometimes it can be a very laboured affair to get back into it. Another example, round number 6, this one was the Kayak Ace, and it's one of those situations where you're on an eco, you've been put in that place, again, defender money, not ideal, but when this guy's playing at the top of his game, he's just taking the fights that he likes, but there's always a player by his side.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big thing is that they're not getting carried away with themselves. They're still playing fundamentally well, even when they know that they're going to win the map. At this point, I am certain, probably, maybe not at this round, but at some point in this half, they'll have gone, yep, we've won already. Let's just do our best from here on out. But they don't take their foot off the pedal, and you can see Kayak, as you say, is being followed around, being able to be traded here, and no matter what, they were going to win this round. Even if Kayak gets taken out, they still would have won it, I think.
Yeah, like the first 3 fights that he takes there inside of Over Smoke, which he's called for, partnered up with Molesy, shoulder to shoulder. It's the exact implementation you want to see of your duelist, and something that Apex have been really good at, even since last year. Think of Kiko, how effective he was with the right utility around him. Another round that we'll look at here, though, is where things did get good for Requiem, where when Apex, Soulcast, the last player, left, sort of just went straight in and then started to not necessarily show disrespect, but run into the utility, run into a Requiem side which were allowed to set up.
Yeah, and look, it's understandable after you've played for, what, at this point we've been going for 30 minutes in this map alone. Obviously, over the course of the series, we're looking at a lot more time. You've been locked in. You are going to, look, we can call it a mistake, we can call it disrespect, we can call it whatever. In the end, it's probably just a lapse of judgment, momentary-wise, and it does give Requiem that second round on the board, but it's more about the fact that Apex are able to just go, okay, you know, that's enough, let's chill out here and finish this off.
Even then, it's a 1v2 attempt, and in a different universe, Soulcast
yeah, exactly.
Not a very far away one either. Yeah, parallel probably. The results fairly symmetrical themselves, 13-2, 13-2, and again, just adding on to that stat line that Pavlos was speaking about earlier, only 5 attacking rounds lost from the 4 maps that they've played so far in playoffs. The biggest tally, 7 pitted against them in total, both halves. That was on Abyss against OnlyFins, who now aren't even left in the competition to give them a second go. Flipping this back to Requiem for a second then, and rounding up as we head into tomorrow. They'll be playing against Sweet and Sour in the lower bracket final, of course, as the Irish mix got their win earlier on. You've still got to be commending this team for how far they've managed to get. You're talking about an 18-year-old IGL leading his team out of the closed qualifiers against 3 ex-VCT pros, soon to make their return, if we're being brutally honest, and getting to this point with another rematch against Sweet and Sour. Does the Cinderella story have any legs left in it, though, Twiggy? Do you think that today is a big knock to the confidence, or can they dust themselves down?
I do think it's a little difficult. Sweet and Sour obviously haven't lost to Apex so far because they haven't played against them. And I think, you know, taking 2 13-2 losses is going to be difficult on you. But at the same time, those are so one-sided that you might just be able to go, okay, well, it was Apex. What do you want from us? There's nothing you can do. You could see a couple of them were laughing towards the end of the game. You just, you know, it's like playing against the final boss in a Souls-like game. You're just like, okay, well, what am I going to do? Let's just go next. And that might just be the case. And for Sweet and Sour, they've faced tougher losses, right? They've already lost to Requiem, and now they've got to play against them again. And either, you know, it could go either way. The human mentality, right? It could either be that they will get their revenge, they will be very hyped up to try and get that series against them, or they'll be plagued by visions of Requiem beating them again.
Building up steam in the lower bracket as well, something that Halfbeat spoke about. He said that officials are a cheat code, and as long as he can keep tapping them into his computer, then maybe there's just a chance that they can finally get the result that they're looking for. You've got to remember, they started both of the previous ones pretty well, and probably should have converted the previous that we saw yesterday. For Requiem, my main takeaway is just being able to reset effectively. We spoke about just in terms of rounds, they did end up losing a whole host of them, but also even within the rounds, to just treat every single one of them as a new one. You and I were joking, oh, it's 0-0, lads, when you're down as many as they were. But look, realistically, when you get numbers, I think there are certainly ways that you can punish Sweet and Sour. That's not out of the question. We've already seen it from them. And what it will come down to is it being a playoff match for Ascension play-ins. That guarantee for either team, and more for Requiem, I think, is something that they'll be hoping for ahead of the changes to Challengers EMEA next year, which means that 2 teams get sent anyway.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what that game will look like. Obviously, there is so much at stake at this point now. One team gets eliminated, one team gets through, and it would mean so much to both teams at this point, because not only do you guarantee that you're through into the play-ins, but you also get that second chance. It's not like you're risking anything in that final game. It's either... And for both of these teams now, they know who Apex are and they know how they play in playoffs, especially this series, and they'll probably be like, yeah, you know what, look, worst case scenario, we get into play-ins, there's not really much chance of us getting straight through to Ascension, but either way, play-ins is a great achievement for both of these teams, who both joined this year.
You think about one of the only teams that has beaten Apex over the last couple of years, the one in the grand final, the game that mattered, Gentlemates. How much prep had been stored up by Existence? Maybe Jenny has just hidden all of the strats and they'll be back for the grand finals in a couple of days' time. Jokes aside, I think you wrapped it up quite nicely. There is a game of plenty of stakes in the next couple of matches that we've got, even by themselves. Make sure to stay tuned to all of the socials, guys. It's been a fantastic evening, Twiggy. I have enjoyed my time with you here on the analyst desk. It's been brief, it's been short, it's been sharp, but as we sign off, there's plenty to stay tuned for. So that is all from myself and Twiggy. We will see you again tomorrow, so make sure to be here. Same time, same place? I was doing so well. North playoffs, back again tomorrow.
Never
Good
getting
night for
hired as a
now.
host again. Never.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move.